Okay, back again. Let me share my screen. I think though I'm gonna share whatever window I'm on. Is that the window I'm on? So as I click around, you'll follow me because there's three things. I can make you stay on, or there's two. You can follow around as I click around. No one here yet. Talking to myself. All right. So I think that'll work. So as I click, what's that one? So if I go to this one, Colgate Palmolive, right? You guys should be seeing the screen that says Colgate Palmolive is showing all the different brands. All right. So I got curious after I started the list. Okay. All right, one person. Hello there. All right, so I'll continue. So I've continued entering the list. Let me make sure you guys see what I'm seeing. All right, I think you are. I don't have my phone with me. All right. All right, let me put in, I don't know. I'm making up addresses as I go. I'm making up the information. I don't know. There must be some other. I probably do have this. That's the main document. Haven't gotten to that yet. So this is the data, linking data. This is the data that I'm linking. I'm calling it the linking data. Maybe I should rename that too, like to lesson 10 data. Why don't I do this? Just data. I'm going to call this sheet data. Data. You can change it there, or if you remember, or you can right click to change the name of a sheet, right click on the tab of the sheet and just click rename. Or you can double click slowly, not, oh, you double click quickly on the name and you can also just change it there. But anyway, all right, so that's that one. I'm in this one. Okay, so here we are going to, and oh, corporation. Oh, I don't know. What can I just gotta make something up. I don't know. Let me grab something. Just look. I'll get it off of here. Look, I bought a wheelchair for my dog, but she doesn't like it. She doesn't want to use it. But let's say this corporation name is I'm just like making stuff up because I gotta fill that. It's just called Walking Wheels. Is that the name of the? You see, here's the thing. It's named Walking Wheels, but is the corporation patents trademark is Walking Wheels. Wheels for Pets is the corporation. You see what I mean? So for example, this is the name of the corporation is Wheels for Pets LLC. Wheels. If you're going to be a secretary, anyone, again, I kind of am geared towards secretaries, but not even, because the stuff I say, if you work in a corporation, you kind of need to know these basics, especially secretaries. Well, especially a secretary needs to know who she's assisting. You can't just follow orders. You have to understand what you're doing, and the importance of the organizational stuff. So anyway, so Wheels for Pets LLC is the corporation name. They are doing business as Walking Wheels, which the dog attacked the wheelchair. I thought, oh, we could go on walks and she could use it sometimes because my dog can walk, but she gets tired quickly, and I have her little stroller I put her in when she gets tired. But I thought, oh, well, we could get a wheelchair and try that out. And I put her in the wheelchair. So here's what I do now. I got a stuffed animal just so I'm not going to give it away quite yet. Like the first thing I thought, okay, she hates it. I'm going to donate it to an animal rescue. I'm sure they can use it. It's very small. And I thought I'll hang on to it for a while. Maybe as she ages and if she starts to get worse, maybe she will use it someday. So I'll keep it. So in the meantime, but I put her in there and she just stood still, like she was afraid to move. And then like she fell over frontwards, you know, because she's top heavy. Anyway, I didn't like it. I took her out of it. She attacked the harness part. She grabbed it and started like attacking it. So I don't think she's gonna. She doesn't want to use it. Let me go put it back. So anyway, I'm gonna hold on to it for now. Maybe if someone wants to borrow it, like if I hear of someone who has an injured pet and needs to borrow it, I'm not quite ready to part with it because it's expensive. It was very, you know, pricey. I could have returned it, I guess, but you know, I'd already put the whole thing together, and I don't know. I'm not a returner. I'm a kind of person that'll buy something even after I buy it. If I hate it, I don't return it. I don't know why. You know, some people are like, oh no, like some people buy with the intention of returning. Like they're like, oh, I know I'm going to buy it. They'll use it, you know, with the tag still on it and return it the next day. They try not to get it. You know, that's really strict. That's really, but I don't even return it when I legitimately regretted buying it. You know. That's just, I don't know. It's not, there's nothing wrong with returning it. I don't know. You'd think I would. I need the money. I mean, it's not like I'm, you know, I could understand if I had a zillion, you know, all this money, disposable income, but I can't even really afford, you know, to be like, oh, I can't, you know. I could resell it maybe someday if I ever, you know, that I could do myself, but I'm not going to make money is what it was. And of course, it's a matter of me actually doing it. There we go again. All right, walking wheels. So, Carol, I don't know. I'm boring names, but Carol Thomas. Oh no, that's actually someone that exists that I know. So I don't want to. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with it, but Carol. I don't know Simpson. I don't know a Carol Simpson. Any names that are true are merely coincidence. Watch me hit the address and everything. 765 um, Pauper Lane. I wonder if Pauper Lane actually exists. I don't know. Let's pick Boise, Idaho. I like to be interesting. Boise, Idaho, 998, whatever. I put in whatever. I don't know if that zip code is right. And let's do. Oh, I was gonna get the. All right, let's make up another one. Give me ideas. What name should I put in there? Somebody make something up. No. Oh, that was a yummy lunch. I'm sorry. You might have heard me just. Thank goodness for editing. Let's call this one. I don't know. Blue Horizon again. Oh, it's a film called Blue Horizon. I should make one up because I don't want to. Let's see. Something with a P. Let's say proper furniture. You know, proper patio furniture. That sounds more like a doing business. Patio world. And then maybe there's one of their lines is the proper patio. I don't know why I have to try to be so interesting, but proper patio. I want another P. I want alliteration. It's called when you've got all the same letters. Proper patio palace. Proper patio palace. Proper palace patio furniture. Proper palace patio furniture. His name is Prince Jones, and he's going to live at 65 Kingdom Lane. All right, I'm just, and he's going to live in Royal Oaks, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, 11111. All right. All right, that's 5 people. So, let's say you have a list of 100, though. You still have to imagine this on a large scale, because for 5 people, you probably do each letter separately, realistically. But, and now if you recall the previous classes, there's one where you can have a form, so even people can put in their own names and addresses. Form. I mean, you use your imagination. I'm telling you how to do things, but imagine how you can use them and how the other things you've learned plus this, how you can use them together to come up with your own solutions to whatever problem you may face when you're in an office. You need to do a list, you need to do a formula. Excel can do anything, but you have to understand how to program. That's why on the previous video, I was explaining to you how if you learn Excel, you're learning basic computer programming at the same time. It's not the same language, but it's the same process of telling the sheet what you want the sheet to do. You still have to know what you're doing. Like I said, math, yeah, Excel will do all the math for you, but you have to know how to tell Excel what functions to do to it to get the proper results. So you still have to know math, is my point. That's why while I'm teaching Excel, I'm throwing in a few basic math lessons that you may have forgotten from high school. It could be that you did know it in high school and you passed and then you didn't really use it again. But it's important to keep these up, for just as something as simple as going to the store and buying something and the tax on it. In a big store, okay, you got the machine and the receipt, but even, whatever, you have to be able to look and understand, oh, it was charged like this, and oh, that's right. You could get, swindled easily if you don't know the basic math, and especially, well, in other countries, our country is very advanced, but in the third world, there are people swindle you right and left. You have to know math, or well, I mean, you don't care if you're, a tourist or whatever, but it makes you very vulnerable in general to corruption if you are not educated, whether it be math, whether it be history. History repeats itself, and the same mistakes that the liberals are making today are the same mistakes the silent people made during the Holocaust that got all the Jews almost exterminated. Okay, let's not go off on that tangent now. You have to be educated. You're just blind. Let me stick to Excel. That's why I need to edit, because but if you're not supporting is you're an idiot. Keep learning Excel, but you're an idiot. Sorry. Probably. All right. Where am I? Yeah, I just get very upset because I just can't believe how ignorant people are right now. Okay. Educate yourselves. That's part of, I mean, this isn't gonna, change the world, but learn a little Excel. It'll help you earn a higher salary. I promise you. If you know Excel, eventually, maybe it won't help you earn a higher salary in the door, but it will make you very efficient at your job, especially if you're a secretary and other jobs too, warehouse manager. If you have to manage large amounts of merchandise and you've got to keep it tracked. We have this many pallets of XYZ brand popcorn. We have, if you work at a supermarket in the stock room, it's a whole inventory, a warehouse, a forklift operator. If you're a forklift operator, okay, another example, you're working at a forklift guy, it's a couple hours course. It's another quick way to start earning money if you're young and you kind of know what to do. Get your forklift operator's license, maybe see if you can get some practice somewhere. Sometimes you don't even need experience. They'll still anyway, that's a whole other. Anyway, you're in your warehouse. Maybe the warehouse manager is either getting promoted or is getting another job or gets fired. And you know Excel. Make sure they know you know Excel, because that in warehouses, you're going to be using that a lot. They'll have their computer system, but you always inevitably have to go back to Excel, because the system always has something that you need to download an Excel sheet and check off the inventory. Maybe you'll do it every week. Download to Excel and check off what was done, and then you maybe have to do a report of that you did the inventory check and give it to your boss. So, okay, well, I now have the Excel sheet. This is how many that are left of this. This is, I mean, it's just the use is it's endless. I can't think. I mean, give me a job, and I'll tell you. There's almost any job you'll be using Excel. Tell me, EMT operator. Okay, great. Somebody who has to go save lives. Okay, maybe he's not going to be using it in the moment that he is, saving the person. Obviously, that you're not. But then he's got to go back and do a report. And unless he just maybe hands his report to the secretary and the secretary puts it in, but there is going to be an Excel sheet somewhere. It might be inside the computer program of what happened, who she was, what happened, what was her illness, what has, there's always going to be something. It's just any office. I'm lecturing you all and not getting this taught. So, all right, here we go. So that was sheet number B, lesson 10. Let's go to sheet. Let's say we need the information. And now imagine, again, larger scale. So you have this sheet. It's only 5. Imagine it's 100 names. And that's the address. But an employee from another department has to send you another Excel sheet telling you some other information to go into your form letter. And that's going to be coming from another source of information. So I'm only giving one. Maybe I should give 2. You know what? I'm going to put a third sheet in there now that we're getting going. And then it could be 4. It could be 5. So here, let's copy this sheet. Copy to a new spreadsheet. No, to the existing spreadsheet, meaning this thing. Okay, here. Oh, no, that's not right. Wait a minute. I just want to copy. Duplicate. That's what I needed. Duplicate. Copy is another thing. Okay, copy of lesson. And I'm going to change the name of this one. Now, unfortunately, we can't see all 3 of them together. Can I make this smaller? All right, lesson A, lesson 10. This is going to be lesson 10C. This is a copy. Double click quickly on there. I'm going to make this one C. All right, data 2. Data 2. All right, something like that. So we can make sure they're all different. Oh, and is that one green also? Okay, so all of lesson 10 is going to be green. And unfortunately, the whole tab isn't green. It's just the bot underneath here, but it would be easier to see. There's no way to make the whole tab green. It's kind of a bummer. You change color, reset. Yeah. No, there's no way to make it all. All right, anyway, that's the main document. I still have to do something there. So, okay, data 2. And so let's pretend this one is the numbers, sale. Okay, so the corporation, let's keep those the same. Maybe these now, we don't need the address. The addresses are coming from somewhere else, pretend. I mean, it could be any information. It doesn't have to be addresses. You know what I mean? But maybe a lot of different information coming from different people in the company, and it's coming to you as the boss, or you have to, or as the manager, or so over here, doing business as 2023 sales. I mean, well, this doesn't really. I'm trying to make it actually like in real life. It could be that you might want to know their sales numbers to know how strong the company is or something. I think I'll put that in the middle and put some numbers in there. Then let's give it some other information. And they might be in a different order too, so. Uh, yeah, we'll put those in after. So I always like to put the almost every sheet I do. There, it's not always necessary, but almost every sheet I do, I put in the filter. Here's the filter. I haven't used. I've been using Excel. Here it is. You know, this so that you can sort it. I do that whether I need it or not. It's just a habit because you know you can sort it by this. You already know if you followed me. If not, you'll learn in my previous lessons. I'm not going to repeat. So you can sort it by whatever. All right. So that's that data. Sales. Let's I don't know year. Wow, that's yeah. Let me think of something relevant. Like something that you would in real life be doing. Well, let's say that's basically like if you're in a shopping mall and you're renting tents would be for example here, monthly rent costs and common area maintenance fees and what they owe each month is a chart that is very feasible if you were a real, a landlord place. Um, what are my customers for? Okay, let's pretend that I sell to them because you see, we have to pretend that we're a company that provides some service to these people. Printing, maybe advertising, walking wheels, we offer them website. Well, I don't want to be boring. What do we offer them? What service? Any ideas? You guys can help me prepare the class. Oh, I have one person. Well, if you have an idea, let's pretend we're a company because I want you to see this in how it works in the real world, and we offer them a service. Advertising, we maybe print their well, you don't need instructions for soap. um Tax services. Okay, let's pretend we are a tax attorney. Okay, let's pretend we're a tax secretary for a tax attorney, but or maybe I'm an accountant. I work in their accounting department as the assistant clerk. It depends how big the corporation is. So we do we're doing their taxes for them. So we have to help them decide. Nah, I don't know enough to, you know what? I got to think of something also that I understand. But all right, let's not get too complicated. All right, let me take out some of these columns because it's going to be too much. I got to fill them all in. It'll be just too much. So, delete columns. All right. So let's give it two more things. 2023 sales. Let's see. Let's say I was curious. I talked about Colgate Palmolive. Look at all the brands. They even make this dog food. They make the Toms of Maine, Fabuloso, PCA Skin, and they each have their own. So that's what I mean. Doing business as is usually underneath a larger corporation. What's this? Skin. It's for acne. Oh, look at they have an acne line. Whoops. We take it, accept all cookies. Looking for perfect skincare, drenched skin with a well, it's probably overpriced. Find a professional. Sensi Peel. Yeah, look at the price. It's expensive. All right. Anyway, let's get going. Um, that's that. That's that. All right. 2023. No comments. All right. I'm trying to think of what else can I put here. 2023 sales. Let's pretend we sell them. Let's pretend we sell them office supplies, maybe. Yeah, or like computers or something. Let's pretend we offered them. Let's pretend we're a pencil company and we sell them pencils. Okay. So 2023 sales, meaning how many pencils did we sell? Oh, that's dumb. Let me think of something else. But I'm going to try to keep it simple, but let's pretend we sell an item that they buy. So we sell, let's pretend we sell not pencils, but pens. You don't really use pencils much anymore. We sell them pens. All right. So in 2023 to Menon, we sold them 400 pens. And Irish Spring for, let me do this, 2022 sales, meaning our pens that we sold to them. Oh, here's one more thing. Here. Now now it's kicking in, the creativity. All right, so I don't remember how I taught. I'm mixing up Excel with sheets. I don't remember, but is it insert a column, insert a row? All right, here we go. Insert row above. Sometimes Excel is a little bit easier on some things, but anyway, okay. So here, I'm gonna highlight this so that it's in the middle. Merge, so that it's all looks pretty. Pen, ballpoint pen sales. Oh gosh, talk about boring. But hey, they probably make a lot of money. People who sell pens, ball pen comparison. Yeah, because the sales department wants to compare, and we can put it in the middle. Make it pretty. 2022 sales and 2023 sales. All right, this is a very simplified, and then variance. It's called the variance when there's the difference between the two. So okay, let's do a little math here. So insert a row, another column, a column here, and let's pretend here like the accounting apartment. Okay, here we go. Now it's getting more like real life. Okay, insert a column, and this is the net price, not with tax. Go like this. I'm gonna make them all the same size. Oh, I can't do it. Oh, there we go. Now they'll all be the same size if you do that. Okay. Units. So this would be units, or units, like how many per each. How many units were sold, and each unit is one pen, because a unit could be a pallet of pens, and that's like a zillion pen. But U equals one pen. I guess I could say unit equals one. Well, let's not get too complicated. That's I'm talking about one pen. I could put total gross sales. That would be without the tax. Gross sales, the actual sales price. Gross sales unit. We could put unit price, like if you wanted that column too, but let's pretend it's $1.50 each. This is so simple. Let's not get too complicated. I'm gonna keep it simple, because otherwise, okay. in real life, obviously because of inflation, the 2023 pens would have been charged at a higher price than the 2022 pens, and then you'll have to calculate for inflation. So did your sales really increase or not? For example, that's what in the accounting department would be worried about. Yeah, we made more money this year, but because of inflation, it really turns out we lost money. You know what I mean? But that's all really complicated accounting stuff. So you're not, as a secretary or even as an accounting clerk, you're not expected to know how to do all those calculations. But you may be working and helping the accountant do the calculations. So he may say, look, you got to do this, and this is how he'll explain to you how to do the calculation maybe, but then you have to know how to put it into the sheet, which probably an accountant will also know as well. So, but and don't get too scared, because ordinarily, if you're working in a large corporation, somebody's already done that before. So they'll just explain it to you. And, so don't get too scared if you don't know. That's why I should really just keep it simple. But you have to know how to use Excel. Otherwise, you're really useless to them. You have to understand how to use Excel so that they can explain to you what you need to do, so that you can go off on your own and work independently, but they give you the certain guidelines. And that's as you get higher level secretarial, you'll start doing projects like the boss won't be on you. Like in the beginning, you'll find the boss might be on top of you, especially when you're new and people don't know your work very well, and they have to develop trust of you. That's the other thing. Young people don't, they're like, oh, she treats me like, accept it at first, because as they learn to trust you and you're in the job long enough, ordinarily they'll lay off. And if they don't, then okay, then you still, I'll tell you something. I'm recognizing signs that we're going to go back to how it was in the late 80s and 90s. Like the corporation, like in the old days, you if you got into IBM, you were set for life. You got into it was a strong, you knew you'd retire well. Internationally, people were, and that is coming back. It's starting to come back in certain states, especially. And you got to be ready. You got to know Excel, and you young people got to jump on that gravy train. It's too late for some of us. I'm old. Sure, I have the skills, but at my age, how far from retirement people so to discriminate, but they do, and of course they will. Why wouldn't they hire a young 20-something that already sell, that is that will probably, and that's the mistake these Gen Z are making. The Gen Z generation thinks that they, and to some extent, lots of younger generations, every time they think just waltz into work and be the boss of the job, or like, I'm not gonna. Oh, you're making me. I saw it in some of the offices that I temped at, like these young, just out of college people. I can't believe I'm making photocopies. They might have said words, but like, it's like, yeah, you went to college. College does not prepare you for much. I'll be honest. It's like 4 years of extra time to grow up. You don't learn anything in college unless you know you want to be and come on, advertise. Everybody wants to be an advertiser, or everybody wants to be a videographer. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad to get an education in that, but don't expect to graduate and then you're going to have this high paying job when every Tom, Dick, and Harry wants to be a videographer and put videos on the internet, which are very easy to edit. I'm not dissing it. You still have to learn how to do it, but it's not rocket science to film a video and edit it. Make sure that if you're learning video, you're learning marketing, you're learning, if you have the money to go to college, great, and do it and learn video if that's what interests you. But don't expect to be this rich person, right out of college with videography. If you become an engineer, but so that it's I mean, you'll be a slave for like 10 years studying, or, at least 5, 6, how long it'll take. You'll need college, you'll need to right. You'll be comfortable. You'll be able to have a car and a place to live, and you wouldn't probably have to have a roommate. So I'm not dissing, engineering, but you're not gonna the first year out of the gate, you're not gonna become this super, you still should be living within your means anyway. My tangents. Is anybody even listening to me anymore? 3 people. I get so I stay off video when I get into these moods. The politics really gets me upset. Okay, 2022 sale, all right, gross sale. Anyway, my point is I'm gonna make it simple. Let's pretend it was $1.50 per pen both years, and that inflation doesn't exist. And obviously I'm not gonna put all this on the lesson because it's too long. All right, so get back to the lesson. Okay. So let's say that in 2022 they sold 400 pens, and each pen was, let's say, $1.50, which you could put here, unit price equals $1.50. Okay. Well, you know what? I mean, they're in the notes. We could do that. Unit price. Let me do another one. Hang on. Price 2023, $1.75. I mean, you could put this in the actual chart if you wanted to, but oops. Yeah, let's make it realistic, because in real life you may, well, it could be the same, but usually part of the year, and then you raise the price in the middle of the year, so it's even worse. The accountant has to calculate what part of the year they charged $1.50, and then what part of the year they charged. That's real life. But I'm trying not to get too complicated, but I also don't want you to think that, oh, you just go in and this pen is $1.50. It's, I'm just trying to keep the examples simple, but recognize that there's other stuff going on. But uh, if I focus just on what a secretary would need to do, I wouldn't get all. uh, but I want to insist and make clear that it's not just secretaries that should be learning Excel. It's everyone. I think everyone should learn Excel. All right. So unit price. So okay. So here gross sale. Okay. So 400. Oh, I don't know. 150. 674. Some odd numbers. They bought. I don't know. 246. And they bought, I don't know, they decided to buy 700 so that they would buy less the following year. And the following year, they only bought 300 because they stocked up, took advantage of the price. Walking meals, they bought 250. Well, they did buy more pens. Actually, if the number is higher, let me put that in the middle, make it prettier. Yeah, I guess another real life situation. If they bought less pens, then obviously they did buy less. Even if the unit price, and you've already taken inflation into account, but all that you don't have to worry about. That's the accountant that has to worry about that stuff. You don't have to worry about that. All right. So let's say they bought less. They bought, I don't know, Linda decided to buy, I don't know. Oh, she decided to, oh, I know. Okay, yeah, let's say she bought 700. Okay, she bought a few more. This really doesn't matter. I think I'm just gonna explain. Yes, Daddy? Okay. Is my dog with me? I don't know where my dog is. I better go check. I gotta check on her. Sometimes she gets stuck in this position, and so someone sees her, she's stuck. ¿Y la perrita?
They fully intended to track around that car. Thankfully, they didn't get into the car.
I got sidetracked. I'm so sorry. That's why I can't do live lessons because, it would take me 80 hours. I have to do them when I do them, and then I have to do them when I do them, and then I just have to edit. All right, let's continue. I gotta get some. All right. I don't have the good camera on. She's being such a sweet girl today. She's so dirty. She needs a bath. Ugh, ugh. You're a dirty girl. I'll put her there. I'll take her for a little walk later. She walks 2 blocks. She gets tired. All right. Oh, anyone in chat yet? Nobody's chatting? All right. Sorry, guys. We'll continue. Let's pretend they bought. It shouldn't be this hard. I should just, I'm just going to enter numbers random. Oh, that wasn't even a number. Let's see. All right. I entered a number randomly and oops. I thought I was on the number line. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to hit the number. Let's do 345. Oops. Look at my mouse. I made my thing because I couldn't see it. So I made my mouse super big now. Are you guys able to see the mouse? Yeah, I should make it a different color though, so it's more visible. Hang on, how do I do that? I go to settings. 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 Do I go to the mouse? Personalization. Device usage. Time and Windows privacy. Bluetooth and devices. Devices. A mouse, sound display, unifying receiver. Oh, okay. Oh no, that's no good. This, I think it would be under display, wouldn't it? Personalization, theme, dynamic lighting. I want to change this darn mouse. All right, see, I can't. This is I mean it's a mouse. Sound display. Mouse setting. Here. Mouse pointer, size and color. Okay, it's large. I should make the color. Can I change the color? Cursor. I like it nice and big, but I would like the color. Oh, here we go. All right, is that a nice color? You could see that color. Okay, I'm going to leave that color. Good. That's easier to see. Let's get out of here. Come on. I'll just X here. Oh. And, oh, just one viewer. I bored you. All right. Okay, so gross sales. So unit price 2022 is 150. So I'm just going to do a, now remember, you can put it up here, click up there for the formula. I'm just going to click it right in here. So the formula always starts with an equal, and it was 2022. So $1.50 multiplied, which is shift. It's the star that stands for multiply. And I'm going to multiply it by this cell, C4. See, it's C4. 1 minute. My mother's not well. Oh, Mommy, you are going. No. What do you are going north. In a week or two, you'll be north. Bueno, pero se te escucha, lo que estoy con mis amigos hablando por internet y todo te escucha. I'm just, oh, I need a new life. All right. Where was I? Oh, it's saying autofill, which looks like it's, let's try it. I'm going to try it. Let's see. So 1.5 times C4, as you could see, it's multiplying it. It gives you 600. So basically it is $1.50. Oh, here, we're going to make this into, we're going to make this form. Oh, here we go. Wait a minute. We're going to make it money. And you could format it so that you can make it however you want it. That's percentages, but I'm going to make that. All right. And you can make it look neater if you want to format it. You know, I'm not going to waste time with all this. I keep on, you know, wanting you guys to know everything. You know, you pick how you want it formatted. So you can make it so that the dollar signs are all lined up nicer, as opposed to, if you didn't notice, before it was like that. See, I had the dollar signs right there. Maybe you want to make it prettier. This part is, you know, maybe less important, but oops, wrong way. I'm going to go back. That was redo and undo. Up here's what I'm pressing. Okay. So that's gross sales for 2022. I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory, but I'll wrap the text. Wrap. See, oops, I messed this up. there, and then I'm going to make it in the middle because it looks nicer. Oop. Right, and then here, same thing, except look what you can do. You can copy. You're hiding the cell you see 600, but I'll remind you if you don't remember. Up here is what's in the cell. It's not 600, it's actually a formula. See, click on the cell, look up here, you'll learn the cell. If the number 600 were a cell, it wasn't a formula, then you'd click on the cell as I just did here, and see up here is the number 600. So that's the difference. This is 600, even if it was 600, with money, it's still 600. Whereas this one is a formula, so you know that it's being calculated. So if anything changes, if this is 399, in this cell, I'm changing it to 399. Look what happened to this cell. Boom, it changes because it's using this cell. So, all right. 400. Anyway, so what I just did was, though, okay, I put 600 there. Now look what happens. If I copy this, control copy that cell, and I control V, control C is to copy, control V, it's doing that. And sometimes it will automatically figure it out, but no, in this case, yeah, it figured it out automatically. It knew to grab from this cell instead of that cell, but it's still wrong. And if you remember why, I'll give you a chance to answer. But the result, 2023 gross sales. Um, 2023 number was 175. So remember that number here, it says 150 still. So it's 175 now for this, and now it will automatically suggest autofill. I'll go ahead and do it because I'm going to guess it's right, but just check and make sure that it picked up the right number. So E5, E6, it's picking the cell next to it. Make sure it's picking up the right cell. Whoop, she's falling. She's falling. I don't know if you can see her, but she's falling. Let me just put it. She likes to hide behind this pillow. I don't sleep on her, but at night I put her behind the pillow, and then I don't put my head on the pillow though. I put it on the edge of the pillow. But she likes to hide there. Okay, let me get rid of this. Okay, but I still haven't shown you the linking of the sheets. So we have two sheets with data. We have this, the variance. Well, the variance is an interesting thing. I mean, if we're going to vary the actual number, okay, let's just do it simple again, because variance would depend on inflation, blah, blah, blah. But you know what? I'm not that well versed in accounting, other than I'm an accounting clerk right now. Actually, I'm helping an accountant. I was a bookkeeper for the lady, but now I'm an accountant. I'm an accounting clerk. Let's just say this is going to be a formula. So it's going to be, well, it's not going to be a sum. It's going to be I can say sum just to get it started, but I'm not going to use a sum. The variance. Okay, now the variance, always the earlier year minus, or is it the other way around? It's usually the later year minus the earlier year. So sometimes you'll get a, hang on a second. You know what? I better look that up. If I'm going to be giving you these terms, I better understand what I'm talking about. What is a variance in accounting? What is a variance in accounting? I mean, obviously, the difference in pricing, but I don't know if deviations in actual results compared to expected or budgeted amounts. Oh, okay. No, wrong. I'm wrong. The word is not variance, so we're taking that out. Right. It has to do with budget, what you budgeted and what you actually spent. That's what variance is. in accounting. That's an actual term. So I was being a little bit, I just learned that word. It has to do with budgets. So forget that. Different. Yeah, that would just be the difference then. Difference from, we want the difference between 2023 and 2022. So we're going to do 2023 minus 2022. And some of them might actually be credits. So, I mean, you did more or less. So less. Okay, so difference. So some will be this part doesn't really matter because I'm teaching you Excel. I'm not teaching you accounting. So it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong, if this is a real life. All right. So the difference is going to be, let's just practice our formulas. Equals this one minus, and then click this one. Boom. That's it. And then the others will autofill, and I'm going to assume that they, picked up the F minus the D. So yeah, they're all F minus D. F minus D. This one, there was actually a loss because Patio World bought less pens. So who cares? It doesn't really matter. Let's pretend that, this is very high level accounting and I did everything right, because it really doesn't matter for what I want to show you, which is why I'm going to end up editing this, and all this blabbing that I'm doing, I'm going to edit it out. Otherwise, you guys will be here for 80 hours. So if you're getting bored of me now, just come back once, in a day or two, I'll have this uploaded. All right. So now we'll go to the main document. All right. So the whole purpose was, okay, so you're the manager and you got all these sheets, and now you have to do your own sheet. So let's see, or you're the secretary. You don't have to be the manager. You're the secretary to the manager. So the manager got all these sheets from all the different departments. And now he says, okay, hello, Miss or Mr. Secretary, assistant or whatever. I now need you to take these numbers. I got all the numbers from all the employees, and I need you to merge them into this other spreadsheet that I now have to. And sure, now you could copy and paste each individual, but if you have 300 people, you're not going to go one by one and look at each number. You want to set it up so that it populates automatically onto your sheet. And of course, in that case, you've got to have everything lined up properly. That's the only, but anyway. So, okay, here was my point. So let's put the filter in, because now you're hoping they send them all in the format that you want them to, but you sometimes will send them a formatted sheet and ask, but sometimes, it depends again on each situation. So now you're the secretary to the manager. And now I'm going to pretend I'm the secretary. And let's say the manager needs to report to the president, the manager of your department. He's the manager of let's pretend he's the manager of sales. And he needs to, I don't know. It has to be relevant. Otherwise, let's see, let's say your manager is and I'm trying to make it interesting too. The manager of sales. I mean, yeah, that's a no-brainer. Well, we sold this many, and all right. Anyway, we got the filters in. Oh, and I had told you how, like, here, this one is sorted like this, and let's say this one is sorted like this, and it might even have an extra. They don't even necessarily match. Let's say this one says Florida retirement. This is another company, LLC Co. I don't know, Florida Retirement Co. doing business as elderly walkers. Well, walker. I don't know. I don't know. Elderly. I don't know. I'm just trying to be so the Florida Retirement Code, let's say golf clubs galore, because they I don't know, galore. Tom T. Golf cart. Let's see, 73-8 golf cart lane. Let's pretend we have the extra. I don't know. Coral Gates, Florida. I don't know. 30009. I'm just making stuff up. All right. So your charts don't even necessarily match. Like this one is in order by the doing, and they may not have the filters. Because my point is, you might be getting sheets from all different people. And now, because you need them all lined up properly so that you can pull the information, you may have to format the sheets so that it's easier for you. So you'll need to know Excel to format the different sheets to put it on the sheet that your boss wants. For example, it's one of many millions of scenarios in an office. All right, so your main document, let's say your boss just wants the name of the company and the contact name. Oh, maybe he wants the phone number so he can do a sales calls or something. But like, there's maybe another sheet with the phone number on it. Well, let's just stick with the two sheets. Maybe you want to sort it by state because maybe the boss, oh gosh. All right. My point is this. Okay. Let's pretend you have to do a document. I want to think of a real life document, but for now, for those of you who are getting impatient as to what the heck I'm doing. So let's pretend now you want to do another. So let's say, okay, the first, this one, okay, I'm going to go. One way to do it is press sum, or it doesn't have to be sum, and then go to the sheet where you want the information from. So let's say I want to know the sales that were made today in 2022 by these people. See, so now the result here, copy of lesson 10. Oh no, I don't want it to say copy. Wait a minute. Another good thing is if you change the name, that's fine, because it will stay. It'll change the name here too. See, I changed the name because it meant, that's another thing. If you did the whole sheet and then you want to change the name of one of the sheets, it will automatically change all the stuff that's in your main sheet. So luckily, so don't worry about that. So see, as you see, I changed the name on that previous sheet where I was getting the information from, and you look up here in the, where you see the formula, and that's been changed as well. So this formula is telling that cell to go to the sheet named lesson 10-C.data, the whole name of that sheet, and go to cell D4 in that sheet. So it's this one, and it's telling it to pull the information from D4, which is this other formula. So, but it's knowing that it's 225. So if I change this, let's say I make this one now a different number, it's 225, remember over here. So if I then say, oh, wait a minute, I made a mistake, change all of the, let's say you had like all 100 characters or whatever. Now you realized, oh my gosh, it wasn't 150, it was actually 140. I put one, it really was supposed to be 140. So of course, well, this doesn't change anything except that one cell. But now you got to go back and change all of these. And let's say, like I said, there's 200 of them or whatever. So all you'll have to do then is change one cell, usually the top one. Okay, it was actually 140. You change that one, it changed there. Then there's that flag, and it changes these two. So now these are all 140, so you fix that quickly. Well, yeah, I went down too far. There's nothing here. So, but now look what happened also. You probably can already guess, but since it was pulling the information from here, what number do you think is going to be on the main document now? And thankfully, it is now 210. So luckily, if you made a mistake on a previous sheet and you have to update all that stuff, it will automatically, if you've entered the formulas on the other sheet where you're pulling the information, it'll update the information on the main sheet too. That's the lesson. That's basically the lesson. That's the whole lesson. And look how long it's taken me to, but that's why I'm going to have it all set up so that the lesson's going to be like 5 minutes. But I want to set it up in a real life scenario. So let's say, you know, this is going to be your boss's sheet that he wants you to prepare so that he can go to his important meeting to let the, you know, president of the company know that these are the numbers or whatever, you know. So, okay, so here's an interesting, okay, so we could, part of it we can copy. Let me see, like corporation, you know, maybe he doesn't care. You know what? Maybe he doesn't care doing business as part. Maybe he only cares how much is Colgate Palmolive spending on us all together, not separated by what, you know, who's who. Because sometimes you may want to separate, like around Christmas time, you want to send the customers and your special contacts as Christmas gift, then you would separate it because you want to send it to each for, again, using all these examples, or, you know, but maybe when it comes to the numbers, you really don't care about the individuals. You just want, what number is that company Colgate all together spending on us through all its brands? And, you know, and there's different reasons for wanting to know the different data. Data is very important. Data analyst. If you want to become a data analyst, I think it's a new field, extremely important. Learn Excel. You have to know Excel if you're going to be is it a data analyst? It's not a data analyst. It's another word. But it's like a thing now. It's you study for like a year and it's very in high demand now. Data, new field, data entry, which also is anything with data, you have to know Excel. Anything with data in the name, you have to know Excel, whatever job you get with data. Data, it's not a data analyst. It's a data management, data science, which is statistics, all that stuff. But it's a matter of understanding how data is used. All right. Blah, 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 blah. So the main document we're going to do, we don't care the doing business as. So we're just, or the contact, you know, we'll need the address maybe, and we'll need to know, yeah, maybe your boss just wants to know the company. Like if you're doing a form letter, but then you'd have to do a letter for each one. So I want to do something a little bit simpler. So main doc. All right, well, here's what we could do. Let's pretend it's a form letter. I'm going to just make it not anything in particular, but example, form letter, different ways you can use it. Main document. Okay, different ways you can. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put it right on the sheet. Different uses for different uses for linking between Excel linking data between Excel sheets. I mean, like that. I'll make it pretty later. So for example, a form letter, which you can actually put in Excel. You can, you know, you put the date. Now remember in Excel how you can, well, just talking, you can make a big thing like this and put your company's logo, and you can actually create a sort of a letter. I'll put it back how it was, but and print it out and it's a letter, but oops, let me which is one thing I'm doing in my job now, which is why I have it fresh in my mind. But so what we're doing is we have these sheets, and then, but the thing is, I have like 20, for example, if there's 20 names, I have 20 different sheets. And each sheet is a letter, and then in each letter, it's pulling the address from each other sheet, and it's gotten very big. But in this case, I needed to do that. It was very useful. Setting up the sheet was very tedious, but once it's set up, now it's just there, and now it's just a matter of putting new sheets. When I get the new information, it populates automatically. But setting up, creating the sheet was what was time consuming. But now if we add a new customer, it's easy. I just add one more sheet, one new customer. You don't add customers as quickly. In our case, it works. Now, maybe if it ends up getting too much, you have to find another solution. But that's the thing with Excel, there's always a better solution, as you need it. So, okay, so for example, form letter. So here, we're going to go here. I'm going to write. I'm always thinking about making things nice. Let's put a colon there. So form letters. So example. Now form letter. And I'm going to maybe say here example. Maybe I could make a mini little form letter here. Just to see, that's why I'm preparing the class. I'm not teaching the class right now. I'm preparing the class, but it actually is helping me, because if I know people are watching, I'm trying to think how to make it clear for you to learn. That, of course, you can always ask questions, but I'm not always here to answer questions. I want those videos to just be there. And if I forget to log on for months at a time, the videos are still there, and hopefully there won't be a lot of questions because I won't be there to answer them. So, if I can make a mini form letter, but anyone who's there, go ahead and yeah. Pulling examples. Here's what I'm going to do. Examples of different uses, because they're different. I mean, there's endless uses, really. Examples of different uses for linking Excel sheets. So pulling the address, form letter, pulling the addresses, pulling the mailing addresses for your, and actually mail. Well, mail merge is something different altogether. A mail merge is when you'll use a chart like one that you might get in Excel, and then but then you have to, well, a mail merge is basically a word processing. The things, I'm trying not to go off on tangents, but now I want to explain to you. Oh, it's a word processor working together with a spreadsheet to pull addresses. So this is a simplified version of what you would do with a mail merge in Word. If you know how to merge, if you know how to do a mail merge in Word, that's when you're doing form letters. And I think in that case, if you had to do 1,000 form letters, you're better off using a word processing program along with Excel. It would get too complicated if you could do it in Excel, but then that really would be very complicated. Unless I don't know enough about Excel, I can't see how you could do it in Excel. And I'm pretty advanced in Excel, as efficiently with large numbers as you could using Excel with a Word or a word processor and a spreadsheet program. It could be Excel or any of the spreadsheet. in that case, you would have to use both. But that's only like, if you've got more than like, say, 20 letters, or 30, because imagine if it's Excel, you have to have one Excel sheet for each letter. Whereas in Word, you can tell Word, go to the Excel sheet, pick all the names and print out all these letters, and you don't have to actually create each letter, which you don't have to. I'm getting too far ahead of myself. For only a few letters, say 10, 20, it's a little tedious. Depends. Otherwise, just learn how to do a mail merge in Word, but you'll still have to know Excel. So either way, you have to know Excel. So, all right. So form letters. So for example, here, I'm going to tell it to pull address, the address, the, apartment number, if there is one, etc. So here's what we could do. So we can go form letter. So I want to get the name of the company. So we go to sum. You can go to sum, or you could just go equal, put the equal number there, which actually is a little easier, actually, I think, in this case. So put the equal sum sign, then click to where you want to get the data from. Oh, look at that. Looks kind of messy, but I'm going to pick this one and then hit enter. It was hard to see, but see, so it says in here, it says Florida Retirement Company. Are you guys able to see okay? Just one person. Okay, I hope you're learning. Okay, Florida Retirement Company. And see, it says Florida Retirement Company here. Can I make this bigger? Maybe. Let me see. Control. Oh, is that bigger? Is that easier for you to see? I hope so. So you could see up here. All right, so I click in that cell. So it says Florida Retirement here, but here it's telling me a different thing. Up here, it's telling me that it's pulling it from, oh, what did I just do? Okay. It's pulling it from lesson 10 sheet, the sheet named, because there's the parenthesis, the apostrophe there on the both sides of it. So it's pulling from sheet lesson 10 name with that name from cell A2. So let me make this smaller. So it's pulling it from the B one, from this one, A2. It's pulling it from here, A2. All right, but now I want it to pull from D. I want the next one to pull from D2. I don't want all this stuff. I want just the address. Oh, well, actually, look at this. Actually, no, if this were a form letter, yeah, maybe I would put the doing business as, but I think I'll leave the doing business as out, and I'll put Tom T, this, and this. Okay, so again, you could copy, there's a few ways. I could copy instead of doing it the other way, go back to the main sheet and put it here, Control V, and oh, look at that. That's actually, no, that actually copied his name and everything. Wait a minute, you can also go right click, because it's a paste special. And then you can choose, do you want the values only, the formula only, I want the formula only in this case. There's different. If I put values only, it would be just his actual name. And then there's no formula there. So undo. If I put here, right click, paste special, format only, it puts nothing but the format. So then whatever I type will have the same format. Let me okay. Plus, I don't like the line going around there, but I'm doing too much again. Too much. But what I want to paste is the formula. Wait, there is no formula. It just says Tom T. I want to post. Here's what I want to do. I want to post. Let me go back here. Here's another trick you can do. First of all, I don't want. Oh, I shouldn't have done all this. I'm gonna forget what I just did. Forget everything. Let me get rid of these lines. All right, there. Another thing you can do is, well, first you could make it bigger so it's all. you see how it turns into an X when I put it on that blue dot? I could just drag down, but look what's happening. As I drag down, you know, it's basically copying the sheet. If I pull over, it's copying the sheet. So I could actually do, but I don't want to do that here. So let me just get rid of all this stuff. But what I could do, let's say I just pull down, put it up again, pull it down. So it's pulling. But actually what I want under here, I want it from that lesson 10, but I don't want A3. What I want is B3, or it's actually B4 was. Oops. Let's go. Let me make it easier. Hang on. Let's just do this. Wait a minute. I'm a little bit. Let's go sum. I'm just going to pull it. Where am I? Lesson 10. Okay. B. I actually want to pull from the contact name here. Tom T. Oh, okay. You know why that happened? There's a 0. It's supposed to say Tom T. But the reason it says 0 is because it's actually not a sum. Sum only works if it's a number. This is an actual, these are words. So take out the word sum. You're just supposed to use equal there. And now, see, it's just equal. It equals that cell. It doesn't equal the sum of the cell unless there were a number in there. So if you put the word sum, it's just going to say 0. All right. So C2. Now the next one, again, I could go back to the sheet, but you could also just A2. We know this one's C2. So the next one's going to be D2. That's just out of, now when you pull it down, it's going to automatically try to copy the sheet, but you just change this. It's coming from, I want it to be cell D2 there, 78 Golf Cart Lane. The next one would be E2. But again, it's not knowing, it doesn't know to pull it. Let's see if it knows if I do all 3 of them. No, it doesn't know. So you have to correct it in that case. If you pull to the side, it will work. You know, it tends to try to copy what already exists. So you have to, that's what I mean. You have to know how to program the sheet. Like you have to know how to program the computer. You have to tell the sheet, I actually don't want you to pull it from A5. I want you to pull it from E2 we wanted to pull it from here, E2, which actually there's nothing there. So F2. So you don't have to change anything except that last number, F2. No, it doesn't work that way. No. Oh, okay. I think, hang on. Yes, again, right. Yeah, you know what, Mil? I could show you this because it's the way I'm doing it, but like I said, it's really not. You're really better off doing this into Word. Here's one thing that I think I'm gonna have to refilm this class because I'm starting to realize things that I know how to. I mean, you can't. I'm gonna stop talking. All right, let's leave it at that. D2. The next one will be E2. So you know, just to make it easy, I'll pull down. It's pulling. I'm going to make this one E2 because you just have to pull from the cell that, you know, it's supposed to come through. What? E2? What's going on here? Okay. Yeah, I'm just all over the place today. I'm sorry, guys. So Florida retired Tom T. Can I copy the formula? Equal. Now, here's what I want to do. I want to put the formula here, but I want it to be in text. See, to make text, I put an apostrophe in front of it. See up there? That's how I kept it in text. so that you can see formula line. Nah, I don't think this is a very efficient. Yeah, I'm not going to put form letter. You know why? But I'm not going to encourage you to figure out how to do it. But I'm not going to encourage, because generally, if you're doing form letters, it's going to be large quantities and you're going to be using a word processor. So but it's important for you to see that the information can be pulled from another sheet. And I'm trying to think of a simple reason. Well, like I told you, your boss needs a special sheet, but I got to figure out how to make this more concise in the explanation. Because yeah, that's my thing. I don't want to have to, I love to answer questions if I'm here, but there's a good chance I won't be here most of the time. You know, sometimes I'm on and you can ask me, but most of the time I'm not here to answer questions because they're, you know, so I want it to be clear so that the answers can be easily found, even if you still have to ask questions. And then I was thinking what I could do to make money, because I don't believe that education should be charged. I don't think you should charge people to teach. I think it's something that's natural that you want to give people, that if you make money at it, that's like a bonus, but you're not supposed to earn money at teaching. It shouldn't be your goal, because it's another calling. But yeah, unfortunately, a lot of teachers don't get paid very much, and it's kind of fair either, because they have to be able to live. But apparently, I don't know. I've never been an official teacher. But I've always liked teaching, things. But anyway, what was my point? I don't even remember what my point was. But anyway, oh yeah. So I don't think that I should. That especially, I'm not an official teacher, but I could make money by like making myself available for answering questions for 6 months as they learn, or something like that. I like to be able to make money, but not from the teaching itself. Selling, well, first of all, there are way better Excel classes than mine. So, but mine is sort of a self-paced, where you kind of learn and you just fiddle with it, you learn on your own. But like, I was thinking maybe I could make myself available for like questions that they can't find the answer on their own, something like that. But anyway, I'll think about it. That or yeah, I have a few ideas, but I can't do some things right now. But that's one thing I could do, like maybe. Or yeah, I have my videos, they're free, but anyone who wants more intensive help with an Excel sheet, like maybe they're just a beginner and they're learning Excel, but they need an Excel sheet right away and they don't have time to learn it by tomorrow, let's pretend. And then maybe people could, that could be someone who like maybe finds my class because they desperately, oh my gosh, I've got to get this project done tomorrow and I don't know Excel. It's happened. I had a friend, she lives in Belgium now, I think. But I haven't been in touch with her for a while, actually. She's right there. Anyway, she didn't know Excel. And she's like, oh my gosh, I want this job. She had gotten a job, actually. And she had lied and told them she knew Excel, and she didn't. Because she figured, I'll just learn it quick. And like, she had to do this thing, and she was on the internet the night before looking at how to do Excel and all this stuff. And she'd learned some. And she called me up, oh my gosh, I got to do this and I don't know how to do it. And I helped her out because she's a friend and whatever. I think she got the thing done after all. But like, maybe I could make myself available for that situation. Like, somebody's looking how to trying to learn Excel. They finally find my channel and And like underneath each program, I could say, if you are in urgent need of help with an Excel sheet or something, you know, I offer this service. Maybe that could be. Anyway, I got to think of something. Or just train people on Excel and be like a temp agency. There are certain, it depends what state you're in. I've been looking into that. That's an interesting, like having your temp agency. You know, temp agency, you can have a human resources degree, and then and there's certain things that you have to have certain degrees to be able to be an employment agency. But in Florida, and I don't know if it's all states, but in Florida, you have to associate yourself with one of those human resources agency, you know, that have all the, you know, the legal, whatever, human resources training and all that. And you're sort of an associate, sort of like an affiliate, but not online. You're an affiliate with this big human resources company. And you know, but you can train and provide them with people to send out as temps. You have to do the marketing for them, though. They're like your own little, like, here we go. There's another example. Doing business as XYZ temp agency. For example, you're like an affiliate of them, and they do all the big accounting stuff for you. That's the thing. Because if you have to have temps and sending them out, if you have to do the payroll, that is very complicated. You can't do that. That, especially if you've got more than just a few temps. But even, you know, so the career exchange is actually, you can, and I was looking into it and I never followed through, but I'm starting to think about that again, because I enjoy teaching. I could help teach people be secretaries. And then the ladies that I actually train, I could start sending them on temp jobs, and, you know, whatever, they get their jobs and I make my money that way. And, you know, they get free training. It gives them opportunities. I don't know. I'll think about it. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, but part of it is learning, you know, teaching and learning Excel. We get back to the, all right. So who's here? I got some new people watching me now. So here, we're back to it. So the main document, we'll pretend then it's your manager, and he needs we're going to say he needs the corporation. He wants only the 2023 sales, and he wants, yeah, their addresses, for example. So, all right, so corporation, let's say he wants the 2023 sales only is what he's interested in, because he's going to a sales meeting. A contact name, contact of that company. Maybe we'll put the contact first. I don't know. However you'd like. All right, let's leave it. 2023 sales. You put it in the order you want. The contact, and let's say we want their phone number, and we don't have it on any of those sheets. Phone number. That's maybe one he's going to have to find, or that's on a third sheet. Let's say data. Yeah, I mean, here we don't have one for the phone number. State, and let's say we want their state and we want their phone number. Of course, we're going to have to add a new row here. So hang on. Phone number. So maybe he doesn't want their address. Yeah. 555-555-5555. 222-222-222. We don't want to accidentally have someone's real number. If I do, it's coincidence. I don't know. 677-666-777. I don't know. 305. Almost always use 5555. 6. I don't even know. I don't know, 888-999-1010. And I don't know, let's say 781 255 I don't know, whatever. All right. Let me make it pretty. Boom. Oops, what did I just click on? Ah, sorry, what did I click? What did I do? Good Lord. My protection is gone. Okay. Phone number. So we're going to say the main document, maybe he just wants sales figures, sales amount, sales in dollars. Contact and his phone number, because we want to congratulate them on their, I don't know, making stuff up here. And, of course, you can always make these bigger or smaller or whatever. I'm going to make it smaller. I'll just leave it at, it's kind of small. But anyway. So here. So now we're going to go equals. We're going to pull it from the other sheet. So, okay. Your boss has to turn in a sheet to his boss. Oh, hang on. I'm jumping. Okay, so equals. So here, the name of the corporation we want. Oh, can't really see it here. Florida Retirement. All right. So again, it's pulling it from A2 on the sheet named lesson 10-B dot. So here you can just pull it down, and it just will automatically pull the next one without you having to copy. You could also copy and paste, but bear in mind this is now a formula. Colgate Palmolive. Now the reason we have two is because remember we have Colgate Palmolive doing business as one is doing business as Manon, but we decided we don't want, we're going to just do the corporation and we don't want that information. So, and then we want the contact name. Oh, we want the sales. So 2023 sales, you can go equals and then go to the sheet where you have that information. For Colgate Palmolive, we want only these sales, the gross sales. So we're going to pull it from F4 for Colgate Palmolive and just hit enter. It'll go back to this sheet. So see, it's pulling it from F4 from that other sheet. It's not the same sheet. This one is coming from the B data sheet, and this one is coming from the C data sheet. See, it's a different sheet. And if you had another sheet that another person maybe sent you and you're the coordinator, you would pull that data from the other sheet. And then we want the contact's name. So that's coming from, and now see how that pulled over like that. I think I'm going to make that prettier. I'm just going to, wait a minute. I want to. Oh, it does wrap. Okay. So let's make it, oops, that's too much. All right, let's put it in the middle. All right, right now I'm just making it pretty. It doesn't really matter. Okay, and again, that one you can pull down and it'll automatically pick up the, oh, did I not do one for Patio World? Numbers there. Okay, look, it didn't work. So you got to be careful. Because remember, I did that on purpose. I put an extra one. I put Patio World here. There's an extra one here, which you don't have here. Oh, wait, I have it here. Something is not right. What's the one? Oh, and I don't have them in the same order. That's why I did it. Guys, that's why I did it on purpose. Pay attention again. See here? Florida Retirement, Wheels for Pets, Calhoun. Then we have two Colgate Palmolives and Patio World. And we have 6 corporations. In this sheet, it's not the same. Here we only have 5 people, and we don't have them in the same order. See, here we have Colgate up here, and then this one. And so this sheet is not accurate. Your boss will fire you because you're just being, now this is me, oh, I'm just going to pull it, drag it down. No, it's wrong. Because look, Florida Retirement Company, 2023 sales, $603.75. But is that right? No. Why is that? We're pulling from F4, Florida Retirement Company. But the number is coming from F4. That's for Colgate, 603.75. You did not, you have to be careful, to be pulling from the right place. So make sure before you do anything, if you're pulling from different sheets, that you're pulling from the correct. And in this case, it's complicated. I made it complicated to explain it better. So first of all, the sheets don't match. So you got to do what you can to make them match as much as possible. Again, now you're the secretary, you're the person with the problem, and now you're solving the problem. So, well, first of all, you could put a filter in this one. Now we're going to hope that the numbers are basically the same, but yeah, the 2 sheets have to match or you really can't rely, but, so now I put the filter in and I'm going to sort it by, by alphabet. So we have Calhoun, Colgate, Florida, Patio World, and Wheels for Pets. This one is, sort this one also. Calhoun, Colgate, and Patio. Calhoun, Colgate. Florida Retirement Company is here. Patio World and Wheels for Pets. Okay, Florida Retirement Company is only in this one. Anyway, the reason I did this, and I maybe shouldn't have, because it only makes things more complicated, but I might cut this part out. But you guys are here for the, lecture. So, so you can't really rely on this unless all the sheets match, which again, as a secretary, you would be proactive. You would say, okay, I need to do this big master sheet for my boss. So I'm going to send out the template. So you send out a template to everyone and tell them, look, please try to do stick to this template as much as possible. Sometimes people say, well, I can't but you say, please don't even say, please try to stick. You say, please use this template. You have to be very, you're organized. You're the secretary. So you are the, in quotes, underling, but you have a lot of power. If they want you, you be proud of yourself. Just because you're the underling doesn't mean that you're not important. That's the attitude that we used to have, and we were proud to serve. You are proud to serve your boss as a secretary. Now, doesn't mean he's allowed to mistreat you. Of course, there's certain, but don't find it demeaning that you have to file now. I don't know. It's all. I think being a secretary is a very noble job. I love it, and I still love it. And yes, sometimes you do get really. Usually the bosses that are not nice are oftentimes very insecure, though. So you'll find that nicer bosses are usually, you can be a nice boss, but a firm boss. That's for those of you who want to move up the ladder. I never really had interest in it, or never managed to. Maybe it's sour grapes, but yeah, you have to know how to, but no, I couldn't have moved up too much up the ladder because I am not very good. I'm good at working independently, but I'm not good at being a overseer of other people very much. I could maybe like oversee a receptionist and help her out, learning the ropes or something, but I've never been good at managing people because I maybe get too personally affected by personalities or something. I don't know. It's not my personality. So that's one of the reasons, an office manager is a nice job. That's another move up from a secretary. I'm just blabbing. I should do a whole other lecture on that. But an office manager has to know to manage people and has to be able to fire people sometimes. I don't think I could ever fire someone. And to move up the ladder, you have to be able to sometimes be a little bit, fight. Like I would be the kind of person that would leave an employee on because I feel sorry for them, or I'm just not good at that kind of stuff. So, and no, you go out of business if you keep on an employee or or a tenant that doesn't pay. That's another thing. Like as a landlord, a tenant that doesn't pay the rent, I would feel sorry for them if they give me a sob story. You got to be. I don't know. Maybe if I were in that position and I had to survive at that, maybe I wouldn't. But I feel like, you know. All right. So, all right, we've got them in order, so number one, make sure that they match. And now, so we're going here. So now they match except for Florida retirement doesn't match. But, so I wonder what happens now. I'm just fiddling around. Let's put a thing here. Sort. Calhoun, Colgate, Florida retirement, Patio World, and Wheels for Pets. Florida, Patio World, Wheels for Pets. So that one's still there. This one, Colgate, Calhoun, Colgate, Patio and Wheels for Pets. And the one that's missing here is Florida Retirement Company. Maybe I could put it in there just to make it less complicated for you. But my goal was to show you it's important to have them lined up. So let me put Florida Retirement World in there. Otherwise, it just, it doesn't match. So, which sometimes happens, and you'll deal with that in your life. Florida Retirement Company. Golf clubs galore. All right, let's do that. Copy these two. And here what I'm pasting is the actual, not the formula. I'm pasting the actual words here. Florida Retirement, it matches what's up here. See, it's not the formula. Because again, you could also do like I did here, and it looks like it says Calhoun, but it's really pulling the information. Oops. I keep doing that. Up here, as you can see. It's pulling the information from that other sheet. And this is coming from the third sheet. Okay, just reminding you. Florida Retirement, Golf Club galore. And let's put in, I don't know, 677. And how many were here? I don't know, 340. I'm just putting. And then this one, easy. Pull it, by the blue and pull it down. And, you might want to double check and make sure it's pulling. 140 times 677, which is C9. All right. But I'm going to make it 150 again. So, well, let's leave it at 140 for now. I want to show you how it faces the whole main doc. So now Calhoun 2023 sales. It's always good to spot check and make sure. Pulling it from here. 1225, 603. Your spot. It's going to work. If you have everything lined up properly. Irish Spring, then Menon. Let's make sure. Oh, here's the thing. Well, it doesn't really matter. They're both Colgate Palmolive. I left out the Irish Spring and the Menon here. So, and then maybe you want to just make Colgate Palmolive 1. So then you could do this to make a different formula. Delete this one because you only just want the 1. Edit, delete the row. Colgate Palmolive. And you could leave that, but then here we want F5, but we have to add the other Colgate Palmolive. So the other one, this is coming from F5, but we also want the one from F6. Wait, F5 is 603, and so we could do this. There's a few ways you could do it, but let's go back here. So F5 plus X6, but F6, but you have to put it I mean, you can do it this way. This is one way. You have to put it in parentheses. Oh, wait a minute. That wasn't right. Hang on. Here's another way you could do it. Let me go sum, then go to that sheet, and we're going to pick both Colgate Palmolives. It's both of these. Enter. Oh, I see how they did it. Okay, that's how you do it. You put it between parentheses, or the other way. See how that was done? You could just type it in if you. Here, I'm going to put it here so that I can actually copy it. See, if you want to put a formula, let me put it to the right here. See here, the way to make it actually show up is by putting up here. See, I put a little apostrophe ahead of it. And then you can actually see the thing. Without it, it would just go back to. So then here, you want to enter it, if you remember how to do it, equals, and I can actually type the whole thing. Let equals, but you have to actually, type it. Lesson 10. Data, it's a long name and parenthesis, exclamation point, and you may not even remember how it works. So that's why it was easier to do it the other way, but F6, but you can actually type out the whole thing. What? Oops, I'm missing a parent. What am I missing? Do I have to for lesson dash C dot data to, oh, here we go. The parenthesis is too far away. No, that's right. No, it's telling. Oh, I'm missing the parenthesis. I'm missing the parenthesis. It's here in the beginning. What did I do wrong? Lesson 10, F4. Why is it not working? I mean, I could do it this way again. Sum, go to the sheet, pick the two, Colgate Palmolive, both of them. What's going on? Start over. Colgate Palmolive. Let's try again. Sum, go to lesson here. Colgate Palmolive, it's both of these. And it comes up, but when you're supposed to be able to type it too, though. All right, well, for some reason it's not working. There's a parenthesis. Maybe because I have to say sum. If I remove the word sum, what happens? Okay, I have to use the word sum in that case because there is actually numbers. So see, these are things you learn as you fiddle. So, oh, look at that. The autofill bumped up, but all right. So, but that's the only one where I added the two of them together. This one would just be F4, right? This would be F4. What if I drag upward? See, that should be F4. Oops, it's trying to throw the 5 in there because it's copying. So, So, but that's the only one that's like that, And that's because I decided to merge the two. Which there are ways you can do it automatically, but anyway. And then what's next? Florida Retirement Company. Did I put that in there? Oh, that's down there. Oh, let's go back here. Let me sort these again. Oh, I got to sort all of these. Okay, hang on. Now, sorting does mess your stuff up. Sorting will mess your main document up. Because, look, Calhoun, right? But if I sort this now, see how Calhoun, All right, just just pay attention. I mean, just make sure your numbers are right. I'll leave it at that because I'm getting too complicated. All right, let me just put these in. I really shouldn't have made it this complicated. You know what? I'm gonna forget. You guys are seeing way more than it's gonna be in the thing. I'm gonna put it back. I'm not gonna make it too. We're just gonna do this again. So that's all of those. All right, I'm gonna put them all in the right order, and everything's gonna be cool. So, all right. So let me insert row sales report. I'll do something like 2023 sales figure, just insert a row above. Okay. Highlight all of the merge and Google. I've been okay. Sales report 2023. And you can center it above all of the columns. Pressing this one there, 2023 sales report. So here I'll just say sales because we already know it's 2023 up here. Make it bigger. Oh, this we don't. Okay, so let's try that. Florida retirement. Oh, I never did the figure. Now this will match the column F. So Florida retirement. Oh, I never put the figure in there. So here we go. There and there. That's just so Florida 9 is 595. Florida 595. See? So now this one, I want to get the name of the contact for Calhoun. Let's make sure they're all in order. 60. Calhoun, Colgate, Florida. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're all in order. All right. The contact, that's going to be, you can press sum or, again, just put the equal sign. In this case, it's not going to be a number, so you wouldn't put sum or you'll get a 0. But the name of the contact for that one is Linda Sweeney, and you could go through again and do it one by one or just drag it down, and it already knows to pick the next cell. So C3, C2, C4, it's the C column. So it'll be this. And then I only want the phone number. So that is column I. So it starts at I2. So I don't even have to, I can just go, this. If I don't feel like, I could drag it over. So it's giving me the wrong one. But it's giving me the wrong, everything else is giving me the wrong cell because I just dragged it. I wanted the I cell. I had already determined. So just put the letter I there. Linda's phone number, and then these are, I'm going to just hit enter. Oh, it didn't do it. But then I can just drag it. Same thing. It's just going to pull from the I column. And if they're all in order, exactly the same. Now remember, if these are in a different order, now it should work. Once you're in, let's see, the 777 should stay with Calhoun. Yeah, once they're in order, they stay in order. Like once, but if they're not in order when you put in the numbers, then they won't stay. They won't stay with the right. So here you can sort with no problem. You can sort however you want, and the information is correct. But if it's not correct in the beginning, and the way to make it easier to enter, they should be all lined up, the same. All right. Okay, I'll stop there. I think the lesson is over. Through now and pick out our relevant class. So it's gotten very long. How long has this been? How long is, oh, 5 people. Oh, hey there. Oh, you like it? So good. Oh my gosh. You'll use it for anything in your life. You'll see. A party. You're going to have a wedding, planning a wedding, the guest list. It's just, oh my gosh. I love it. Excel is amazing. And if I would keep it soft spoken, I could accidentally do ASMR. I have to try to remember. So I think I'm going to leave that lesson 10 footage, the live stream, but yeah, bummer, and it's Sunday. I may not get it done today. I'll try, but the longer it gets, the harder it is to edit. So I better cut this off. But, no, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. If you have a business plan, if you're going to start a business, you need Excel, help you plan your business with the numbers, and it's just wonderful. So yeah, I'm going to keep up those classes. I'm going to start them up again, and because I really do enjoy that channel. Oh, it's called, I'll give you the link to the 2 channels where you can learn Excel. One of them is on Twitch. Let me find my Ashy Felicia on YouTube. The only thing is, those of you who haven't been here the whole time, there's a link to a worksheet, which is an old link. It still links you to a worksheet, but the worksheet I'm working on today that I've updated is coming from a different link. I now have to update all the links on the previous videos because that's full, that it's giving error. We're trying to so many pictures on link to the Google Sheet I'm using today. It's different, and I am going to update the links to the other one as well. But in the meantime, you guys have a heads up that this is now the correct link. The links under all my videos are the old link, which it's not the end of the world if you use them. Listen on that one. So, my mother wants my dad to watch TV with her. So there's that link. It's a long link, but it's good. So download that. Today's lesson is now added to that one. What was I? Wait, what was I? Oh, I was going to give you my channel on YouTube where you can learn Excel and learn how to become a secretary. The entry level. It's Ashy Felicia. She teaches Excel and secretarial. I have a channel called Learn Excel, which I opened years ago. I never used it, and I ended up doing it on this Ashy Felicia channel. Maybe I'll also do the Learn Excel, and have this is Felicia, and there's a section where you learn just about Excel. And there's other sections which I'd like to add to as well. Dressing for the office. I'd like how to dress for the office for men, but I don't have much experience in it. But from what I see in offices, like over the years, the men that stand out, that you don't have to have super duper, expensive clothes, but the men who stand out, I'd like to give some, tips on dressing for the office. All right. Oh, here's the link to the channel. It is called Ashy Felicia 8244. I'm not sure why that number is there, but that's the number they gave me. I wonder if I could change that name. I don't know. I'll see. Here we go. Here's my channel on YouTube with all of my Excel classes, if you haven't seen them yet, so that it'll get you up to the point where we are today, because today's kind of advanced. That's the YouTube channel. And if you're watching me on Twitch, you already know. But on Twitch, I'm difficult _unit on Twitch. I wouldn't mind doing secretary work for a doc. Oh, you wouldn't mind? Yeah. I don't have a lot of experience in. Well, I did temp in a psychological doctor's office once, and it was a public assistance. So a lot of interesting people came in. But no, yeah, doctor, there you would learn medical billing, which I don't know, but I don't think it's that difficult. Or if you're a receptionist, you may not need to know the billing. But the way to get your foot in the door though is, well, knowing word processing and Excel, and if you can type fast, that's good too. My mother's having some other issues now. I'll find out. Um, well, and applying as a receptionist, try to get in, and as a temp agency. Like, I'm telling you, if you're young and you're nervous about interviews, go to a temp agency. You don't learn a lot. You don't earn a lot necessarily at first, but it can get you a job. Usually you'll be temping somewhere, they like you, they need someone. And at least in the US, I think the time is coming back where they're going to start hiring. Corporations are going to be hiring uh, a lot. I don't know why I have that feeling. I kind of see a lot of things that are happening now that happened in the 1990s. And then there was an economic boom. So, they claim things are doing well now. I don't know personally, I don't feel it, but of course I am in Florida, which isn't the greatest place for job markets all the time as far as salaries and stuff. But 10 bases in England, a lot of dementia. Then you would help me with my mother. Doctor's offices. I like them. I love hospitals. Isn't that weird? I know. I love hospitals. I find them so peaceful and relaxing. And yeah, working at a laboratory or working for a doctor at a hospital. Yeah. Anyway, so that's what my channel is about, preparing you. But certain, which I've lost over time. I used to be even more so dressing for the office. Now I kind of, my hair especially, I just put in a bun. I really do want to do something with my hair at some point. Some easy style that I can just get up and kind of go, which I've never been able to do. So okay, I gave you the link to Ashley Felicia on. Oh, did I put on you on? Oh, there we go. On Twitch, if you want to learn same exact videos on Twitch as I have on Ashley Felicia. Except Twitch, I don't have the dressing for the office and the lectures about temping, and I might put some other lectures on there, lectures of me just blabbing about my experience as a secretary. But I think there's a lot of information in there that could be interesting. So yeah, that's the only thing. On Twitch, you're just learning Excel. You're not learning all the other stuff. So if you want to learn the other stuff, dressing for work and all the other stuff that I want to talk about, office, I want to do the 10 most dangerous office, like the 10, what do you call it? Office, not nuisances, there's a word. Like the dangers of the office, but dangers in a funny way. Like, answering the phone too quickly and clonking yourself on the head was one which happens less now because people are using, but, crashes when you're coming out of one room and somebody's coming down the hall and just boom, it crashes. So always when you're exiting a door in an office, that's another, paper cuts, another office danger, things like that. Upload in there again. In which one? In Ashley Felicia or in Twitch? I am definitely going to do the Ashley Felicia. I'm going to do this lesson that I just finished. I got to edit out a lot because I blabbed for 5 hours and I talked where you're going. And yeah, maybe I'll do like a dressing for the office, which actually you and I, Ryan, talked about that like a year ago, didn't we? That I was gonna maybe have some ideas for clothing, and then you were gonna maybe give some ideas for makeup, and then I talk a lot. I'm a person who talks a lot, and sometimes I take a long time if I ever do actually do the thing. But yeah, I'm getting into that channel again. I think I feel another wave of videos for Excel and office work coming. And the lady who suggested I start that channel, I haven't seen her in a while. She used to chat on here. So I hope, she's from Canada. Are you still there? Say hi to me. She might be mad at me. I remember this. I got so busy with work. We could still do. Yeah, yeah. I gotta get my head on straight. I haven't been really ever since COVID. I haven't been completely well. I got sick during COVID mentally, and I never really recuperated. I saw my country being destroyed, and I lost it. So I'm back. I mean, I'm okay. I can work again. But um, but I decided I'm not going to put up with certain things that people do to my country. I became extremely patriotic and extremely protective of the United States. I don't know where the rest of you are, but our country was being destroyed by the left, and finally, me, and I'm not the only one. Finally, we just rose up. We said, enough is enough. Stop with this bullcrap. Every other week they had a riot. They were destroying businesses, small businesses that provide our economy with actual movement, even or corporations too. But corporations, they weren't destroying the large corporations, the bad guys. It just they made no rhyme or reason between no rhyme or reason. No rhyme or reason is what they have. Okay, I gotta stop. I'm better now. We're getting back on track, and let's hope we keep moving forward and not make the same mistakes of 2020, 2021. I think a lot of people have finally woken up and learned, but it's unfortunate because I was telling people, some of my own friends, I would tell them, look, guys, you are going off the deep end here. You're getting a little weird, wake up. You guys it's like they were some kind of mental cult. They were crazy. Anyway, it's over. Hopefully things are improving. They're still out there doing their stupid protests, but I think they're waking up. A lot of them are waking up, and now it's a lot of the more ignorant younger people that don't know history, and so we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like pop makes people unwell. Oh yeah, no. When I saw my country being destroyed during those riots, the George Floyd riots, and then they were forcing us to wear these stupid masks that turns out didn't even work. And I saw the corruption. I said, this is we're heading fast towards World War III. I said that in 2020 when I saw the way that the left was acting in my country. I said, we're headed towards World War III. And on top of that, World War III, when the left was dividing our country the way they were. Okay, I'm not going to talk politics. I'm just going to get angry. Um, we weren't allowed to say anything, or we'd get fired from our job because we didn't agree with something that the left agreed with. And so they fire you from your job for having an opinion. No, finally I said, that's it. I don't care if I get fired. Somebody's got to start talking and fighting back. Everybody was afraid to talk. Oh, if I say this, my life is going to be ruined. I'm going to be canceled. Just ridiculous. Oh, I'm getting so angry right now. Let's stop. All right. Yes, change the subject. Why did I get on the subject? I want to avoid that. So you know what? I'm gonna edit this video. I'm gonna delete this whole thing after I edit the part with, oh yeah, now I told you I want to delete you all. I'll leave it because now the people who want to keep the juicy part. No, but anyway, it's not a secret. I've been very open about it, so I don't care, But yeah, we have to change the subject. We have to change that. We have to all try to get along now and on the same page, and freedom. All right. Okay, I gotta go. I wish I wouldn't talk so much. Um, yeah, politics. Well, yeah, politics can make people evil, but we have to be able to discuss politics, and it was very one-sided for many years. Now, and we can all talk, and it's a little better. But it was scary because it was like you were talking to zombies. I was talking to friends that I've been friends with since high school, and it was like I was talking to zombies. I said, "Are you not comprehend?" All right, change the subject. All right, I better go. Yeah, move out of your pants. No, I don't, because they need me. On the one hand, yeah, it might really, and that could be renting a little office somewhere if I had an income that, or I have a lot of junk that I've made it over my life, and I have it, and a lot of it is stuff that I should. Oh, did it turn off? I had the stuff in storage for a while, but I was paying like $100,000. I think it was in there for like 2 years. Whatever I paid for all the storage, for over 2 years. So most of us, a lot of people, especially with those stories that nobody, you think, oh, I'll put it in there for a month or two till I can go through it. And then you never do. And it just sits there in storage and you're spending money. What I need to do is get brutal with myself, go into the garage and say, I saw a show once on TV of a professional organizer. And she said, you ask yourself 3 questions. Do you love it? For example, maybe it's some necklace that your great aunt whoever gave you, and it's meaningful. Okay, you love it, a necklace, an old reclining chair that's, remember this show? Oh, well, if you're not from the US, maybe you don't know this show, but it's called Frasier. And the father had this old beat up, ripped up, reclinable chair from before when he lived his alone. But then he got sick. He had to move in with his son. And he said, I have to have this chair. So his son's house is all fancy. And then he's got this old recliner that his father had to have. And it was a funny show. Anyway. Oh, yeah. So the question, do you love it? You love it like, do you need it? Clothing that you wear to work regularly. Can it make you money? And you got to be careful with that part too, because people will collect scrap metal because it can make them money. But you have to actually take the metal to the place and and for them to pay you the money, So just get brutal and get rid of stuff. If you've, let's say you have this great lose weight, that's true. I'm not trying to belittle your effort, but be real. Are you really going to lose the weight in a time frame that makes it worth keeping those clothes? Because if you're really going to do it, then great, do it. And then buy new clothes, get rid of, if you're in the middle of doing it now, okay, great. But if you're, when I lose weight, but, I think I'll start, and when you're being serious or not. Get rid of the clothes or give them to your favorite skinny friend and then when you do lose the weight, buy more clothes, but, or maybe keep 1 or 2 that you absolutely know are irreplaceable and get rid of a lot. If you learn to sew, you'll realize most of the clothing you own is not worth what you paid for it usually. Or if you paid $5, it's because it's really worth $5 or less now because it's used. But if you paid $80, it was probably worth $5 or $10 because it's just fabric and it was sewn in a very simple way. Unless it's something that was, very detailed, like a tailored suit, then that's worth the hundreds maybe that you would have paid. But, most clothes are just very cheaply made and you pay more money than they're actually worth. So you just know what's worth it. And look at me. I'm telling you all what to do when I'm the one with the garage full of hoarding. Look at me with all my advice that I'm not taking. All right. So no, I'm not moving out of my parents. They're going north for a few months. So then I will be alone, down here working for a month or two. But I'm finishing my contract at my job that I'm in now because the work is finishing. They don't need me full time, which is good for me because I need the freedom. I have to go to Argentina for business reason I have some properties down there that I have to take care of some things. And I'll probably hang out there a while. I'm actually financially better off in Argentina than I am here. I actually have a rental income, not much, but for Argentine standards, I could, get by on it. It definitely couldn't, worth nothing here. The rental income in Argentina is here. It's worth what, if I'm lucky, $10 a month or, with the inflation now out of control. But down there, I'll be okay for a couple of months. I'll have my money. I'll be able to, live. And then I'll come back and see. I got to see the next phase of my life. But yeah, something's got to change. I'm not satisfied with things as they are right now. But I'm not, I'm not moving. So anyway, that's a whole other thing. But that was fun. I taught, I swear it was like 5 minutes of new Excel information in this whole video. How long is this video? The longer it gets, the more I'll have to edit. But okay, I know that the Excel part is earlier in the video. So I'll know that after about hour 2, just it's not in there. But okay. But yeah, if I do continue on that other channel, I feel a wave of videos coming on for that channel, though, for Excel and for, secretarial work. I hope I'm not just feeling it and not actually going to do it. But I feel, because my contract is ending soon, I do have to travel Argentina. But, I'll be able to squeeze in a few videos there. So, all right, no questions, concerns, anything? So right now, no, I feel closer to my parents than I ever have in my life. Although, yeah, they do get on my nerves sometimes. But no, I feel I have to be near them, until, well, the inevitable, hopefully many years from now. But I feel I can't be far away anymore. Like I used to, I moved to Maryland for a few years, and they were well when I left for Maryland a few years ago. And now, particularly my mother, they're not well here. And my father's better, but he's deaf and he's got other issues. They take certain pills, high blood pressure, things that happen over time, things develop. And yeah, I feel I have to be here. So moving out, I don't think I'll move out, but yeah, there has to be a change. Something has to happen. Or if I did move out, it would be near where they live. And that's another thing we have to decide. Where are they going to actually? There's a few things that we have to sort out. My brother and I will get it done. But yeah, it's not the favorite time of my life right now. It's not. They're not. There's a lot of things that happen as you get older. So enjoy your youth, everyone. Enjoy your really good hold. It's part of life. You can't be afraid of it because it's coming. So you have to face it. But yeah, I still got another good 20 years left, I hope. 20, 30 if I'm lucky. So, I'm just, I just have to be a little wiser now, not fall so much for the affairs of the heart anymore. That's, I'm very realistic now. Thankfully, I think I'm safe. Emotionally for the rest of my life. I believe I know I am. I know I am because I don't have this fantasy thing that I had up until at least 5 years ago. I had sort of this fantasy thing. I wasn't seeing life for what it truly is. And now I am. And that comes with age, or I'm seeing it more realistically. But anyway. Tinder video. Oh God, no, I am not going on there again. Yeah, unfortunately, those were fun. I think it'd be funny. I mean, the Tinder, that was kind of funny at the time, but it wouldn't be funny now. It would just be since old to have them about, So, but yeah, those. I try to remember. It's really the juice. I can't remember any. I mean, I remember a few other dates where we just kind of went and it was okay. And I went home and there was nothing fun to tell other than there was no connection. But I'll try to think, or if you want me to elaborate more on some of the ones I talked about. Here's something to talk about. I'm going to end this one. You just gave me an idea. I can give a few updates on some people that I did. There's like 2. I can give an update. Well, but they're not juicy updates. just give them here. Like one guy that I dated, the one I met on the cruise, someone asked about him. And after the person asked, by coincidence, his Facebook popped up on my page. So I think the algorithms must be connecting all my different YouTubes with my Twitches, with my, and somehow her question got into the universe of the algorithms, because shortly after, Tatiana, if you're there, shortly after she asked that question on one of my lives, like a week later, his profile popped up on my Facebook, and I hadn't seen him since we'd broken up, like whatever, 2015, I think it was 2014, maybe. I think it was 2015. When was it when I went on that cruise? But anyway, I could look it up because I have a YouTube video about it. But he's married, you know. I'm nothing to tell. Looked like a nice lady. I mean, whatever. But yeah, he popped up. And another guy that I had dated one time, but it wasn't a very juicy thing to tell or anything. But that guy got married too. So two people that I did meet on the, well, one I met on the cruise. I didn't meet him on Tinder, but the other guy I had met on Tinder. And, you know, we went on one date and I remember really liking him. And I thought he liked me. And he kept texting me after for a while, but we never saw each other again. He never invited me out again. And then whatever, nothing ever happened. And then years later, I saw him also. He popped up on my page. So now the cruise guy popped up. I could say, well, maybe it's because of the algorithms, and the girl had asked me, you know. So I don't know if the algorithm also applied to other people somehow, because those people's numbers aren't even in my phone anymore, because I got new phones and I lost their numbers. So, you know, maybe they're connected to my Google. You know, once you've made a connection these days, once you've made a connection with someone and have their number on your phone, maybe if you change your phone number, but I get the feeling that with all the links between Google and the number and this and the email and that, there's always going to remain a some link somewhere in an algorithm. So that's why you're not going to get away with anything these days. They will look you up and everything that you searched, and even if you deleted it, they can find it, you know. So if you commit a crime is what I'm saying, because you see when someone commits a crime and then they say, oh, his search was done in 2015 and found this person, you know. So, you know, whatever. I mean, that is how it is. I have nothing to hide, but, you know, it is kind of weird, you know, that they can know everything about you. One second, that's my mom. ¿Qué, papá? No hables, que estoy en el...
Okay.
Ya voy a hablar como. Estoy en la cama. All right. Because that's the thing. She forgets that I'm on the camera. She's just talking. But, yeah, so actually I'm not going to do a new, the ramble is over. I'm not going to do, because I just thought of it. Yeah, so two of them got married. They weren't any juicy stories. Yeah, nothing to tell. I really do miss the guy in Maryland, and it is pretty much over with him. We're friends. We're very good friends, and we talk regularly. You know, there's a few reasons why that got messed up. Part of it is me. Not all of it. Part of it was the situation with the politics and the economy, and not the economy so much as the, you know, but you know, so I couldn't be the best person for him that I could have been had things not been so messed up, you know. So I do kind of have a lot of anger towards certain people in my country that should have known better before they destroyed my country. And then I find I'm protecting the U.S. from these foreigners that will come over here illegally, but then they'll badmouth my country. You know, family members of mine, they come over here, they take complete advantage of my country, you know, and they'll be badmouthing the United States while they're leaving the country with wads of cash, you know, and living the good life. So, you know, it just, all right, but I'm not going to keep talking because I just get angry. But yeah, I wish if I were still in my phase where I felt like dating, they did get kind of funny sometimes. Oh, but I was towards the end, I was just like, oh, I was done. I was done with that. It's only good for men, Tinder and all those dating apps. Now that I've been there, done that, it's only useful to men. Women don't do very well on those. I mean, there are stories where women have met, someone and gotten married and all, but my impression is just a lot of hookups, whether it if you want a relationship, I don't know. I don't how to find a good relationship. I think the couple of times that it worked out for me, it was just a fluke. I don't know. I can't give advice on it, but I wouldn't advise any of the dating sites. I wouldn't even advise maybe Matchmaker. Jewish people, Jewish culture, they actually still use matchmakers, even in the United States. Some of them, that want to keep with the culture and all that, which I completely understand. Marrying a culture that you're a part of, it makes perfect sense. So sometimes they do still use matchmakers, but I think it's good for young Jewish women. There, they will get a lot of good. I feel I've never used them because I'm not Jewish, but I have a feeling that a young, relatively attractive Jewish woman will do well with the matchmaking sites if she wants to find a Jewish husband. She will be in high demand. Uh, and older Jewish women will not be having as much luck because the old Jewish men will be having all the luck because that's biology. It's the same with any. Uh, I know because my ex-boyfriend is Jewish and he was on there and he was getting dates galore and all these, attractive older Jewish women. I'm not saying that, but he's an established, financially stable Jewish man with lots of older women that can't find an established Jewish, so it gets to be slim pickings. My point being, that would be maybe the only date, and I still advise maybe the men were not spending money because the one who is in high demand isn't the one spending the money. Although I think my friend did spend something. I don't remember. I didn't ask him, and I ended up dating him afterward because he didn't end up finding a woman that he wanted, that he found was right for him. So then I dated him for a few years, and then it didn't work out between us either. And I kind of want to go back, but uh, I'm not in a position. I'm not the woman he deserves. He deserves better. He deserves a woman who is who is well established. Part of it. Number one. Number two, he doesn't want me back. I mean, let's be realistic. Why would he? He wants me as a friend. We're excellent friends, and I'm so grateful to him. He was he was an excellent friend to me when before and after we dated, and then when we dated again, and now we're still friends after. He's a true blue. And if I do have the opportunity again at some point, I would consider it, but I would have to be a better girlfriend to him. He was an excellent boyfriend. I really can't. Well, excellent boy. Everybody's got flaws. I think he was a better boyfriend to me than I was a girlfriend to him. I'm being completely honest. I'm not trying to be like, because I know jerks. I've met a lot of jerks. So if I tell you a guy's a good guy, then it's hard for me to say that. Like excellent. Like I can't think of anything really, really truly wrong with him. Okay, like, oh, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he. I don't know. Like there are like things that are like so insignificant that are wrong with him that really don't matter. But like anyone, it's a matter of, but anyway, that was it. That he was the last one. He was the last one because I'm not going to date someone. He's the best. He's the best I've done in my life, probably. Maybe barring one other guy that I dated when I was in my 20s. And then, okay, I was married for a few years. That wasn't bad at first, but yeah, at this point, let's be realistic. So yeah, I won't be Tinder dating again. But I'll admit, I did try one more time a few months ago. I was like, I kind of knew, what am I doing? I know it's going to be like it was before. Why am I doing this again? But I did do it one more time. All right, you got it out of me. Is anyone there? 5 people. Okay. So I did it. The guy turned out to be okay. Nothing really, like I said, nothing horrible happened. Nothing wonderful happened. He did turn out okay. We actually went out twice. Let me think. We went out one time. We went to dinner. Very nice guy, chit-chatting, and, financially stable, apparently, because he invited me to, a salad. I had dinner. And then the next time, and then he seemed to be interested in me. And then he invited me to the beach. Well, I told him, let's go to, oh no, we went out 3 times. Yeah, well, see, I wasn't into it. That's part of it. Part of it I didn't trust, because they'll always be nice to you until you give in and do the roll in the hay, and then suddenly it's changed. So it never got to that point, because we went out 3 times, and I never, we never went home together with anyone. So we actually didn't even kiss. We did nothing romantic at all. So, and I think he would have been into it if I would have, but yeah, he would have. I'm thinking, we never got that far, so I don't know. But I get the feeling he would have been just like the others. If we eventually would have, it would have been a sort of like casual thing, no commitment, and I've been there, done that. I don't want to do that again. So I kind of was getting that feeling from him that if we took it a step further, that's what it would have ended up being. And I said, he's a nice guy. Why make this into something, he had said made a couple of comments that I could have, you learn to recognize signs that they're respectable enough comments that if you just leave it, it's fine and nothing gets uncomfortable. But he had planted 1 or 2 of those comments that if I would have taken and run with them, it could have escalated the thing into something romantic. But see, I was seeing it, but already I said, I can't do this again. I can't. I just couldn't. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. He was attractive enough, but he was attractive. Like physically, it would have been okay. But I just couldn't. Something happened to me, not with my last boyfriend, but the one before that. My last boyfriend, like I said, it was my excellent friend in Maryland. I have nothing to say bad about him. Everything just didn't work out but I really just never completely recovered. I never will from what the one before did to me. He just, it killed a part. My friend from Maryland, thank goodness my rebound was him, and out, and kind of sad, but and I just feel I'm not. We've never taken it a step further. We're friends on Facebook. He now knows my political views, which could, probably also hinder anything going further. Because some people it's a deal breaker for them. You could be friends with them. He's obviously my friend on Facebook now. He's moved away. he doesn't live in the area. He's moved in another part of it, so he's not even nearby anymore. And so we're friends on Facebook. He'll occasionally like my stuff, and that's that. But I blocked it. I blocked it from progressing because I'm pretty sure, 99% sure, that it would have ended up in heartbreak. It would have been me, falling for him, and it would have ended badly. I would have ended up with pain, and I'm not going to risk it anymore, so that's why I know for a fact that I'm done. Younger people, I say keep, do it. And older women, I'd say maybe up until age 50. And then if you're over 50, just give it up. I'm sorry, that's my advice. If you're a woman over 50, just give it up. If you're single, just accept that you're single. Don't, a few of you might get lucky still, but it's just not worth risking it, especially if you're a woman that's developed a certain, if you've been a career woman and you developed a certain stability financially. Don't hook up with some guy. Be very careful. If he's older, like if you're 50, maybe I wouldn't even say 10 years isn't even much anymore. Because I got left for a 30-year-old by a man 10 years older than me. So I can't even say that you'll be, because when I got with that man, that was the man before my last boyfriend. I thought, okay, he's 10 years older. That's a lot. He's not going to leave me for a younger woman because I'm the younger woman. I was so confident with that guy. So even though he was playing the field and telling me, I just thought he was this silly older guy that was just, I don't know. I could not believe that he could get a 30-year-old, well, she was 32 at the time, but I just could not believe that a man that age, and he was good looking. I mean, he was handsome for his age and physically fit. He was physically worked out and stuff. So, he was attractive for his age. So I figured I'd be competing with women my age for him. And I figured compared to women with my age, I'm pretty much in the running. So I had it all figured out with that guy. It was like, I'll be okay. I'm good looking enough that I can keep a man who's 10 years older than me. I thought I was fun enough. So even though he wasn't committing, I was a little too confident for my own good. And that was my problem. It wasn't that he dumped me for a 30-year-old or 32-year-old, but just cold turkey. I wasn't even one of his women anymore. It was done. I don't want to see you anymore. I got this hot chick now. I don't want you near me, basically was what he was saying to me. He basically said those words with other words, but they were just as cruel. It was just, oh my gosh, just, and that's fine. I understand getting left for a beautiful young woman, but I just did not believe that he could get a woman that was in her 30s because he wasn't even that rich. And she wasn't even that good looking. Well, I believe realistically, I age adjusted. I was so confident. I was so confident with that man that it was too confident for my own good, and I was loving myself. I was, they all love yourself. I now realize I was loving myself because I was getting confidence from being with a man who made me so happy. I was head over heels with that man. I mean, I was so head over heels, I wasn't even seeing reality because he was telling me to my face, I'm not interested. This is just me having fun. He was telling me that to my I was listening to his I was paying attention to his actions, not his words. A man will act a certain way, but listen to his words. Do not listen to his actions. Listen to a man's words. If a man tells you, I am not interested, you are just a flame, leave him. Even if he invites you and meet his family, which this man didn't, but and definitely doesn't invite his family and friends, believe that he's just using you as a fling. And he was calling me every day, and we were together for at least a year, you know. And in the meantime, he was seeing other women, he told me. And apparently, I don't know, I just decided that I was the number one main squeeze. And I don't know, I was so confident. So and I don't know what I did wrong, because you'd think that confidence would have made me more attractive. But anyway, I was so thrown for a loop. I did not understand, because he has never acted like any guy I've ever met. Like guys you know, that I'd met that called were guys that were interested, and maybe I wasn't interested in them, and it never. But anyway, so that kind of made me realize that and then after him, I decided that it was done. I was not dating again. After that guy, I decided it. And then, yeah, and then this friend from Maryland, whatever, again, a fluke. We happened into each other's lives again, and we had a history. So for that reason, I was willing to take another risk, because I knew that man so well for so many years, you know, and it was worth the risk, and I took it. And what messed that up was with the whole COVID, and I think that's what eventually finally messed it up. I had already moved out. Some of you remember I'd moved out, and then COVID shutdown happened like a day later. It was just complete coincidence. But when I moved out, yeah, we were kind of broken up, but I was kind of thinking we might still see each other, long distance. So I'm not going to blame it completely on COVID, because I had already, moved out for other reasons, silly reasons, as it turns out, but no, I really learned a lot from the last two relationships. The one that dumped me for the 30-year-old, and my last one. And I realized that I'm just out of the running forever. That's it. I can have my friends, maybe I should try to have more of a social life with friends, which I did try to do for a while too. But my intention was always finding a significant other. Even when I was out with the social life, I would go to join groups, that did activities and stuff that were, and never met anyone there either. But yeah, you just have to get realistic. I think I'm almost 60. I'm going to be 58 this year. 60. So realistically, a woman in her 60s biologically is not really a woman in high demand. The only thing I could visualize is a man who needs me, who is starting to get ill because he's in his 70s, 80s, starting to get ill, my parents' age, and maybe needs someone who's physically okay enough to take care of him. But is that really a relationship, or is that just an arrangement? Yeah, he would be maybe supporting me, I'd be living with him. And I've spoken to a couple of people. That's why actually I've spoken to one or two older men that they're starting to have some health issues. And yeah, they considering moving someone in, and that's fine. I'm not against that arrangement. Right now I wouldn't, because I have my own hands full with my parents, but I have experience too. So I would consider maybe an arrangement with an older man, both of us understanding it's an arrangement, but we care, it's someone I would care about. It wouldn't be, these are men that I care about, that I've spoken with too, that we're toying with the idea, well, if there's a possibility in the future, I might be needing some help. And, so I could see that. And actually younger women will sometimes accept that arrangement. I think if the woman is being honest and they both understand the arrangement, it could be okay. Maybe a single mother, but I insist that the woman be, because it's also very easy for a younger single mother who's very beautiful to take advantage and completely screw the guy up, which she shouldn't, and the man should be wiser, but there are arrangements where a younger, maybe she's in her mid 40s and has an under, maybe not a little child, but a younger child. And, there are wealthy men that, maybe not wealthy billionaires, because then they would be having a hot Melania Trump, and they'll have their nurses too. But, a man who's stable, upper middle class man with his own home and maybe has an extra bedroom. I could see, I wouldn't be against a younger woman who maybe can't make ends meet, and she's single and she needs help. And, as long as there's an understanding, but it could also get abusive. That's the danger. So that's why I'd suggest it be someone that you know. And in my case, if you're an older man, it could be abusive, that the younger woman could be abusing the older man because or they'll even sometimes do it to women, but younger men can. But I so yeah, getting back to so I could see myself doing an arrangement like that, like a man he'd have to be at least a millionaire, maybe not a billionaire, okay, but at least a net worth of $1 million or 2 million, which is not much, guys. These days, 1 or 2 million is not, it's a lot for someone like maybe me, or, average regular person, but $1 or $2 million net worth is not much. That's maybe a house in a nice neighborhood is worth $1 million, $2 million. And that's about it. So that's the house, and then of course you have to have enough money to maintain the house. So that would be for free. I wouldn't get a salary for it. I'd be living for free in a house, and my job or my arrangement would be to be there. I wouldn't be the nurse, well, start to have incontinence, and many times they can no longer take care of washing and all that, So, I'd have to be familiar enough with the person that I'd be willing to wash all the things you do, and those are expected. Now, if you're a nurse, a private nurse, you get paid a lot of money to do that. And not everyone has that money. That's why I'm saying you're just sick the person is, maybe someone who just doesn't want to be alone and just needs someone there, or, can't drive anymore. And look, I need help to get to my appointments, or, there, each situation is different. But the friend I spoke with, I would be willing to do things for that friend if it got to that point, changing and bathing and all that I wouldn't be willing to do for someone that I don't know for free. Maybe if I got paid a lot of money. But for him, I would do it without, just for free living, to live in for free. That particular friend, it would be a sort of like, you have to be, I mean, I'm getting a little TMI here, but when people get old and you have to clean them, you have to not feel disgust, which it's a little easier. It's like if you're a mother and you're changing your baby, you don't feel disgust. You think you don't like it, but you just do it. It's, oh, the baby's dirty, got to change it. Oh, yucky, throw it away. And it's just becomes, habit, I guess. And I could see myself doing that for my friend, but I can't see myself doing it for some people that I don't know, I did it for my aunt when she got sick. And even that was kind of hard for me. I did it because she was my favorite aunt on top of that. And even doing my aunt was kind of hard. Now, if I would have had to do it every day, I'd eventually get used to it. I just had to do it the one time. And then another time I helped her, but she was able to bathe herself. But in that particular time, she wasn't. And I had to clean up a mess that happened. And I just did it. I was the only one there, you know. I had to do it, you know, or just let her sit there until somebody, you know, until somebody came home. And I couldn't do that, you know. And she wasn't able, she had just had an operation, so she wasn't able to get up and go to the shower. So somebody had to, you know, do what you had to do. Get a bucket and anyway, so when I did that, I realized, you know, that if I was able to do that, I would have no problem with my friend. Because as much as I loved my aunt, this other friend of mine I love more than I love my aunt. Loved my aunt. My aunt lived in Argentina my whole life. I would visit her, and I loved her very much. And I lived with her for a year. One time when I went to Argentina, I ended up staying there. I was on my tourist visa. And I wanted to stay. I was, you know, meeting family members around the country that I'd never met before. And it was a wonderful, you know, it's good to connect. I have bad things to say about Argentina, but it's important you know where you came from and where your ancestors came from. And I encourage you all to do it. Even if it's an embarrassing country, you have to know what makes you, why you are certain ways. It's come from cultures that have come long before us. Anyway, way tangent that time. Oops. And I'm not even looking. We need a dating series and more Tinder videos. Yeah. The betrayal. Oh, goodness. Of course. Betrayal. Was it betrayal? Because he told me always to my face that he did not want a relationship with me. But here's what bothered me from the beginning. He told me that, and I kept on saying, oh, he keeps calling me. He keeps calling me. He would call me every day, and we'd see each other like 3-4 times a week. I mean, it was constant. Like that's why no man has ever treated me like that wasn't crazy about me, you know? So I just thought he was saying it because he was afraid of the love he was. I don't know what I was thinking. I believed what I wanted to believe. And so yeah, the betrayal was a betrayal because his words didn't betray him. His actions betrayed me because he acted like he cared a lot about. There were little didn't that I ignored. There are always red flags, but you ignore them. When you want to, you ignore it. And I ignored them. Because one thing he said to me from the beginning, first, you know, we met. Calling me and he kept on date, you know, it wasn't like he called me and I'd go straight to his house. He'd take me on dates. And so and then the red flags that I saw, I ignored them because it was like, oh yeah, but he's doing all this other stuff. So, but okay, so here's one thing, warning to the young ladies. Like we started dating, you know, from the beginning, he said, well, you know, I don't want a relationship. I'm just having fun, you know, I'm just dating. I date other women, you know. And he said, why don't, and then I said to him, so I started saying to him, well, look, if you don't want a relationship, you know, verbally, I said to him, then I'm not going to keep seeing you because I'm just going to end up getting hurt because you're not going to, you know. And he's like, well, why don't you just keep dating me until you find someone? Now, that bothered me. First of all, I wouldn't do that to someone, first of all. But that's not what bothered me, that I would do that. Okay, I know that I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't date someone to pass time until I found someone. He said, why don't you just use me until you find someone? But what was that if he's saying for me to do it, that's what he's doing. Whatever they say to you, that's what they're doing. So that's what bothered me. I said, he's saying that means that he would do that to me. If he's saying it's okay for me to do that to him, he's automatically giving himself permission to do it to me. So that was a red flag that bothered me, and I felt it, and I kind of said, oh yeah, but see, here's how I rationalize it. Oh no, but he's saying that I should do that to him. He's not saying that he would do that to me. So I discarded that he would do it to me. You see, and he was telling me right there, by telling me to do it to him, right there, he was telling me what he was doing. He's having fun until he finds someone that's worth it. That's what he said. He didn't use those words, but what he said by telling me to do that to him was that that's what I'm doing to you until I find someone who's worth it. That's what he said, you know, and so you have to learn to read between the lines. So I felt that when he said it, but then I rationalized to myself, oh, no, he didn't say that. What he was saying was for me to do it, but he wouldn't do that, you know. And then I told him I would never do that. You know, if I'm with someone, it's because I like them. I'm not going to be with you because I'm using you till I find someone better. So anyway, so that was one red flag. And then, which was basically not even a red flag. It was telling me to my face, which red flag. And then, so that hurt, you know, but yeah, the hurt really ends up happening because you are not being honest with yourself. You know, you really have to end up taking responsibility for yourself, because I at over 50 at that point, I was, or almost 50. I think I was about 50, right? Because it was 2016. I was exactly 50. I turned 50 in 2016 because 66, and now you know, old lady. So by age 50, I should have known better. I should have known better. And I just was letting myself fall again, the fantasy, oh, this time is different, you know. So, you know, I could see if that happened to like a 20-year-old or even a 30-year-old, you're still a little innocent. And I wasn't someone, and I could see it happening to an older woman who got married young and was with her husband her whole life, and then maybe was very innocent because she'd never dated anyone else. I could see it happening, but there was no excuse for it to happen to me. I was a divorced woman. I dated plenty of jerks in my life, like mostly jerks. Sometimes week after, you know, not, well, I don't say week after week, but, you know, I dated a lot when I was younger and pretty. You know, I was prettier. In my 30s, I was quite attractive. I don't want to be bragging, but like I started really getting attractive after I moved to Miami, and I was on this campaign to find a husband. I remember it like it was around 9/11. So September 11th, September, when did the Twin Towers fell? 2011. Was it 2001? It was 2001. Oh my gosh, jeepers, 2001. So around 2001-ish. But before, it was even before that, but it was after the Twin Towers that I really started. But I had already met my husband, but that's why I rushed to get married, because we were already kind of seeing each other, and it was a long distance relationship. I just rushed it. But that's a whole other story. Oh, all right. And so I went off on my tangent. Oh, so I was on this campaign at around, it was actually around 2000, because I moved to Miami 97. So 98, 99, I remember like around 2000, I had just broken up with yet another guy. I said, okay, that's it. I am on the campaign now. I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be, what's the word? I'm going to try to be a little bit more submissive. I didn't get very submissive though until after I got married, but I at least tried to pretend to be more submissive, you know, nicer. You know, I was getting my hair done every week. I was getting facials because I had some acne back then. So I was getting facials twice a month at first. And then when my acne got really under control, by the way, eczema, I had eczema, bringing it up because the topic came up recently. One of my viewers, if you want to add if you're watching now, you can, you know, getting facials by cosmetologists, dermatologists as well. Cosmetologists know a lot about treatments for skin that sometimes even doctors don't know, because doctors know the clinical stuff, and cortisone. If you have eczema, you put cortisone, but sometimes sometimes, and not always. And I had minor eczema by that point. I'd had worse eczema before that, and you should see a doctor as well. But the doctors don't always refer you to cosmetologists, and that's a mistake. I think dermatologists need to refer you to cosmetologists many times, and they don't always, and they should. An acne treatment, in my opinion, includes a good facial at least once or twice a month at first, until you get it under control, where they'll clean your pores. They know how to clean out the little, and it helped my eczema too, by the way, because they cleaned out my pores, and the eczema, I don't know, she knew. I don't know what they did. They put on some calendula treat, which is something that, they knew what to do. But if it's too severe, they will send you to a dermatologist first, and dermatologists, if you go to a dermatologist, I would go to a dermatologist that works together with cosmetologists. And sometimes those are the, not dermatologists as much as, well, they're dermatologists, but they are plastic surgeons. And I'm not telling you to get plastic surgery, but as you know, there are different treatments, and the lower level plastic surgeon, they'll do skin resurfacing. It's not quite as invasive as surgery. Those doctors will know more and will be working with cosmetologists more so than just your dermatologist. It's just like and I'm not saying they're bad, because dermatologists also, but like when I was young, I had acne all my life and eczema too. And I would go to dermatologists, and they say, okay, put on this cream, wash your face with this, use this medicine. I was taking antibiotics for a while, not Accutane, one that's less strong. Accutane is very dangerous. I don't know if they even prescribe it anymore. That's for like when you have boils on your face. I mean, that's like for extreme acne. If I had bad acne, but it wasn't level Accutane level. The dermatologist, because there's other complications from Accutane that are lifelong. So you really, and thank goodness, because I went in there and see doctors today. I hope they're more, doctors in the old days, you'd go in asking them, prescribe me this, doctor, and they would be very careful. They were the doctor. Whereas these days, it seems to me that, or at least when I'm reading about certain doctors, you go in, you ask for it, and they give it to you. Oh, here, so that. If only my acne were cleared, my life would be perfect, And that's what you think. Because I thought that about losing weight. I used to be quite heavy. Anyway, so I went in there to the doctor almost crying. I didn't cry that time, but I cried another time to another doctor, and he refused to do the thing too, thank goodness, because it would have turned out being bad. But so I went in almost to the dermatologist saying, other dermatologist won't give me Accutane, and I wasn't crying, but like I said, I was almost crying. And I said, I get so depressed. I see myself in the mirror. I can't go out because I'm ashamed. I'm afraid. I'm ashamed around boys, And, I told him all my problems. Nice doctor. He didn't need to listen to all my problems, but, and he said, no, I understand how much it hurts you, but I'm not going to prescribe you Accutane. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it. That it can affect your kidney, and your acne is not, is not. Now, if I would have kept on, like I'd been to 4 different dermatologists and none of them would, had prescribed it, and I'd asked a couple of them and then they wouldn't. Now, if I had kept going, and insisting, eventually I would have found a doctor that said, all right, look, the chick wants it here, just take it, and maybe and maybe ruined my life, my kidneys, my, if a doctor prescribes Accutane, they have to be very on top of you. You have to go back for checkups often. I think they have to test your blood. I mean, it's very serious. So granted, it works and it gets rid of your acne. Your skin remains dry for the rest of your life. You can no longer produce oil, meaning that you'll age prematurely so you're going to regret it maybe later down the. Now, if you have severe, granted, okay, it's understandable. But anyway, long story short, the guy did not prescribe it. And I continued with my acne for a few more years. And then I believe that the acne caused the eczema because I would be touching the acne and it was all, you gotta. And then I discovered salicylic acid, which started helping. I had that oily skin that you would wash your face. Let's say I wash my face, you'd have that oily shine. You wash your face, it looks fine. And like 20 minutes, a half hour later, I'd be all shiny again from the oil. I mean, it was very oily, which is, and then one day I did see that oil and it was, and then of course the oil, you have to keep yourself, keep your face clean and don't touch your face or it makes it worse. So, but I would touch, but then I don't remember how I think one day I just saw all that oil and I had a bottle of that green alcohol because I didn't really know much about products and all that. The doctor would prescribe the stuff and I would buy it. But I didn't understand how the products work and what they did. And, which is why also a cosmetologist will explain to you, well, this does this and this happens. And you have these different, and I learned all this stuff as an adult when I started going to cosmetologists after age 30. Am I still blabbing and borrowing everyone? Oh, I'm sorry. Here, I would rather have this also over my body, so refer to a dermatologist. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, definitely go to a dermatologist. No, I'm not saying don't go to them, but sometimes the dermatologist won't refer you to cosmetologists. And in my case, what ended up the dermatologist helped my acne, and whenever I had eczema, I would get cortisone. Which now we can buy over the counter in the United States. So. But what was my point? Oh yeah, the salicylic acid helped me. Yeah, I'm not a doctor. Go to the doctor. But I got that alcohol. I had that alcohol with the green. Why did I have it though? Because then I started buying it for my acne, for my cleaning my face. But my skin was pure oil. And for some reason, I had a bottle of the green alcohol, which is for muscle soreness, which I don't know why I bought it. But anyway, I think it was, I bought it. I know why I had it, because I had earrings and I would use it to disinfect the earrings and put them in. All right. So I had that. I liked the green stuff. I don't know why. I like the smell of it because you could use regular alcohol, regular isopropyl. But this is the green stuff that has salicylic and it's minty flavor smell. So I just saw my face all shiny. I was completely grossed out. It was summertime, and I was getting ready to go out. And I was just like, oh, it's so gross. And I grabbed a cotton ball, I remember. And I said, and I grabbed a cotton ball. I put the alcohol and I swiped. It was black. The cotton ball was black. And I just swiped it on my forehead. I was like, whoa. And I grabbed, and my skin was, because that stuff hurts. If you don't have oil, you put it on your skin and, it's very strong. But my skin was so oily, I didn't even feel it. So I got the, look at me now, I'm so dry. I'm constantly putting on moisturizing cream. But so I was like, whoa, my gosh. I was like, it's kind of cool and kind of gross. And so I grabbed another one. I rubbed it all over my face. And then I rubbed it down my neck and then down into my, and every time I wiped a new cotton ball, it was black. And I had showered. It wasn't that I hadn't, I mean, I hadn't showered like in the past hour, like I might have showered that morning. But also, yeah, some of us don't scrub our body well when we're showering. Like we'll wash with soap, but we don't always use a washcloth. So that might have helped too. But anyway, so after that, I started doing it every day. I was like, oh my God. And I would see the black and it didn't hurt. And, you know, because I'd had all that oil. So I just started doing it. So one day, whatever, I was out, whatever. I didn't really notice my skin improving. I just thought it was kind of cool. And I liked how my skin would shine after it, but it was a different kind of shiny. It was like a clean shine. It wasn't an oily shine. You could tell the difference. So I just kept doing it because I was like, oh, good. It's cleaning my face. It must be good. It felt good. I liked how my face felt refreshed. I didn't put it near my eyes. It was, you know, in the, you know, just wherever I was oily, which is everywhere except my eyes and my lips, basically. So long story short, I keep on going. And so I was, you know, whatever, with my friends out one day. Back then I had friends. And I lived in Washington, D.C. I had a good late 20s, early 30s I was a good, you know, I had friends. I was getting attractive, you know, because like I said, my acne cleared up and then I got thinner and plus my acne cleared up. So, because I was overweight too. Whatever, we're standing around, whatever. I think we're online to get into a restaurant or something because I would go out, you know. I had enough money to pay rent and I'd go out with my friends and it was the 90s. It was the 90s. There's this, oh my gosh, there's this guy that, do you watch him? Any of you watch him? His name is, he's a comedian. He's a gay guy. He's so funny. I've got to find him. Is he on TikTok? What's his name? I follow him. It was the 90s. He grew up in the 90s. I grew up in the 80s, actually, but early 90s was my heyday, my 20s and 30s. So he's a little younger than me, but I relate with him because he's like same, you know, a little younger generation, but it was the 90s. And he's a gay man that went to a very strict Christian upbringing. So, and it's so funny. It's so funny because I had a Christian upbringing in high school. And so I can relate to him on that too. And some of the people that I went to high school with turned out to be gay you know, we now know, and we're friends on Facebook. I'm not friends with them in real life, but you know, whatever. They have their significant others and everything. So I can relate to him now in hindsight with them there were indications that the people were gay, but you know, we didn't know they were gay. We just, you know, always. So, so he has the. This is a sin, but like we're supposed to do. Yeah, my son is gay. Okay, he's going to have to deal with that with him and God and him and Jesus. I still love my son, you know, and that's the attitude I'm hoping eventually all Christians will eventually develop. You know, no sin is worse than I don't think being gay is a sin. I always end up going on this topic, but because it's something that's been in my life a long time, I have a lot of gay friends. Again, I have many, you know, several. Oh, I have gay friends. Okay, I don't have them counted, but I know that I have gay acquaintances and friends, and I don't have any friends now, so I don't have any friends. But when I've had friends, some were gay, some were straight, you know. And the attitude I'd like to see for Christians myself as a trying to practice again Christian. I can't say I'm a practicing Christian. I'd like to try. I gotta wash my hair. I'm scratching my head. I'm sorry. Is that attitude that, oh yeah, he's gay. Oh well, you better stop. Like smoking is a sin. Oh, being gay is a sin. It's not a sin. First of all, it's not personally. It's a misinterpretation of the Bible, in my opinion. But okay, a very strict Christian could say, no, the Bible says literally that it is a sin and you're going to hell. So, but that's even that very devout, hardcore Christian is supposed to take the attitude, well, okay, that poor man, he's, going to have trouble in life. I'm going to pray for him. I do hope that, and leave it at that. And that's between him and God, and we can still be friends. You can still be friends with that person. You might be an annoying friend if you're a devout Christian, because you're going to be, oh, why don't you stop doing this? You're supposed to leave the person alone. And so if any devout Christians are watching this, say it once, maybe, if you care about the person, and leave them alone, and just encourage them to find a significant other. I do agree with that. With most religions, find one person, one monogamous, fall in love, and form a life with that one person. That is one thing that I am, kind of. Again, I'm not judging. There are people that believe in polygamy, and I just I don't believe in it, and I don't think that it should be legal in a country. So there we might run into problems someday if the United States wants to make it legal to be polygamous, because I would be on the side to keep it illegal. But a lot of people used to think that gay marriage should be illegal and then changed their mind. I might have even thought that at one point illegal. I guess I believed that, and the explanation for not allowing gay marriage was that gays already have the rights to live together and what's the word, and form a, what do you call it, common law partnership or something like that. The argument against gay marriage was that, well, they already have all the rights, they just have to use different laws, but I don't know. Why make it more complicated? Just let them get married, and that way they don't have to use all the law. I don't know. I didn't see it as an argument against gay marriage, because I saw it as it still wasn't equal. I might have thought at first, just because it was, let's not make a big deal out of it. You could still fall in love. But no, I agree with gay marriage now. I think that if you're gonna have all the laws that make it just like marriage, then just let them get married, So, and so that's fine. But when you get into polygamy now, that gets complicated. Like when you allow them to marry, because you cannot separate marriages for two things. It's for love and it's for financial, getting financial things sorted out. So the danger, and one of the arguments against the Catholic Church is they don't allow the priests to marry. I think it has something to do with keeping the wealth within the church, which shouldn't matter, because a priest is supposed to get his salary, and the money from the church isn't supposed to go into the priest's family anyway. He is an employee of the church. But I can't remember, but there was something about that. But keeping the wealth in the church, part of it entailed not allowing the priests to marry, but I don't remember why. If some of you know, I could look it up, but I don't feel like right now. But so in polygamy, I mean, what's to keep a bunch of people from taking over by like a bunch of, I don't know, the financial part would concern me, that you could well, that's, I don't know, you got to be careful. You got to think everything through. Like maybe 5 friends could say, hey, look, we all got this money, let's all marry each other. Lying, they don't really love each other, but get a 3 guys, 4 girls, 5 guys, and they can all legally marry each other. And then I don't know, it's just the financial part is too. And then I just don't see any reason for it. But I don't know. Maybe I'd need more. I maybe need to understand the other side because I know. But actually, polygamy is practiced by like 1% of the population of the world. It's legal in some countries, but it is used very rarely. I now have learned. I was under the impression that it was very common in Muslim countries, but the other day, because I'm constantly, whenever I'm judging a culture, I try to find out more about it. And so I was looking, and yeah, polygamy is only practiced like 1% of the world's population, and it's in it's only legal in like a few countries, and in those countries where it's legal, supposedly. Now, here's the thing: legally married, because I believe that there are a lot of people in those countries that maybe have a few women, but they're not legal. They're trafficking. They're basically trafficking. So, but I can't prove that. So, but as far as statistically, what I read the other day, and I don't remember the source, so I have to find out the source also. But that one little thing I read, it was a little blurb that I saw, and I wasn't researching polygamy, so it just kind of was a oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that, but I moved on because I was researching something else. But I remember thinking, I got to go back and look into that because that's going to change some of my own opinions. If it's less common than I thought it was, then maybe that's a good thing because I hope it does not become common. I don't see how it could be a good thing. Children need 2 parents. They can't be. Well, I mean, look at Bin Laden was the son of a man that was married at least or had many women. Look at all the baby mom. If you have a man, even if he's in the life of all his children, if you have a father who's got 2 or 3 families, he's not there for all of them. And all right, yeah, they could all live in the same house, but then there's the jealousy thing. There's going to be the favorite wife and then the other kids. Bin Laden it was said that he was from the youngest wife, and he was the least. She was the bottom of the totem pole wife, and he was like one of many brothers, and he always had a problem, psychological issues with that. And some say that he ended up doing what he did. Becoming a world terrorist because of that, because of his relationship with some would say that, some say no, he was just a nutcase, but I don't think so. I think a child needs 2 parents, period. 2 boys, 2 girls, a boy and a girl, a trans woman and a trans man, 2 trans, I don't care. As long as they're 2 psychologically, parents that understand that a child is a child and they need to eat and they need to go to school, and you're not getting them confused, because there's my thing with the transgender, and I'm not against transgender people raising children. I think they should, everyone should save as many children as we can. If you're adopting children, I'm going to encourage more, assuming you're a healthy person that knows how to, that has whatever gone through what you have to go through to adopt a child, and you passed everything, you should adopt a child. And the reason I feel so strongly is because I'll tell you why, because of Maria Ortiz. That's the only reason I even, well, not the only, but she's the one that clinched it for me. Because I said the more people that are allowed to get married, the more people that can adopt children. So Maria Ortiz. Oh, I've talked to you guys about her before. Long nail. She's a trans woman that you would not even know, and she started doing foster care. She's 32, and she's actually quite cute, I think. As she looks like a woman, and she's a cute woman. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen with you, am I? Oh, I am sharing my screen. I didn't share. I have to share that particular page though. Wait a minute. What do you use to moisturize baby? Oh, now. Oh, non-comedogenic. If you, even though I'm old and I don't have oil anymore, I still get blackheads though. So, my go-to now, I have a go-to that I go to now. It's non-comedogenic, meaning it doesn't clog your pores. That's the only thing. Because there's moisturizer that's very good, that's for your body, but you should never put on your face all unless it's non-comedogenic. Okay, now I'll explain. There's one called CeraVe, CERAVE. It's a big tub like this one. This is not the one, but let me show you. I'll share my screen. Wait a minute, let me look it up. But here's what happens. CeraVe is, it's not expensive, but it's not cheap. And you know how you'll always have a generic brand next to the brand? And that's the cheap one. And then you look at the ingredients, it's the same exact ingredients. So this is the imitation CeraVe, and I made sure it was non-comedogenic, non-irritating, won't clog pores. So that's also, I made sure it has the same ingredients. Recycling, I think it's animal safe. I usually check for that. I usually check for that in cosmetics. Not always. I don't buy many cosmetics anyway. But it's non-comedogenic, dermatologist. So CeraVe, not tested on animals. It is on there. Most of the stuff made in the US is not tested on animal. If it's made in China, it is. And this one is empty, recycle, distributed by Walgreens. It doesn't say it was made. Ah, look at this. Oh, so the one that I like is CeraVe, but look at it even says on here, this product is not manufactured or distributed by L'Oreal USA. It is not. It is the generic brand. Creative Inc. Oh, L'Oreal owns CeraVe. Okay, it says this product is not manufactured by or distributed by L'Oreal USA Creative Inc., owner of the registered trademark CeraVe. So the cream I really like is CeraVe. And this is and they even have to put the disclaimer on it because it's so similar. It's the same ingredients. It's the same shape tub. Obviously the label is different, but so it is the imitation CeraVe that I use. It's non-comedogenic, and it's this huge tub, and this costs about $18 now, maybe $15 to $18, and it lasts a long time because I don't use it on my body. I could use it on my body because it's not it's not saying it's facial cream. That's the other thing. If you buy facial cream, it's going to be expensive because they'll sell you like this little thing. Learn about the ingredients because sometimes they'll sell you a big jar body lotion and you read the ingredient, it's exactly the same stuff as what's in the facial stuff. So some body lotions you shouldn't put on your face because it does have stuff that will clog pores, and the pores on your body don't always clog as easily as the one on your face. So, but whatever you use non-comedogenic. So that was the main reason I bought this, was because it was cheap and because it was non-comedogenic. Helps restore and maintain skin protective area. And there's another one that was similar, non-comedogenic. It's in a tube that I also use sometimes. I have a jar of that stuff too. Another jar. I got it. I don't like to spend money on cosmetics too much. Sometimes it's worth it. Sometimes it is worth it. And this is the other one I like. It's got a nice smell too. But I buy generic. This I get at the dollar store. Here in the US, it's everything costs $1.25 now at the dollar store. So this is 8 ounces, dry skin treatment, hypoallergenic, and I believe it also says non-comedogenic, which is why occlusive, block moisture, skin lip indication. Apply lotion to body daily. So it's a body lotion. This one, you'll notice it doesn't say anything. It doesn't say body, doesn't say face. China. Are you guys still there? That they tested on animals, but this says that it's cruelty free and no animal testing. So okay, good. So this one I get at the dollar is $1.25, and it does not say non-comedogenic, but I haven't had a problem with it. I've been using it on my face. I think I read the ingredients and I liked the ingredients because it says it has petrolatum, which is petroleum oil, petroleum jelly. Does this have petrolatum? I think petroleum, yeah, this has petrolatum too. Yeah, petroleum jelly does not clog pores. Isn't that amazing? That's a thick, it seems like it would, but petroleum jelly does not. Let me double check. I want to make sure I'm not giving you the wrong. Does coconut oil clogs pores? Petroleum jelly clog pores. I remember one time thinking, oh my gosh, it doesn't? But maybe I'm wrong. Does petroleum jelly clog pores? One common concern about petroleum jelly is whether it causes acne by clogging pores. Here's the important truth. Comedogenic, which means it does not clog pores. That's why I remember being so surprised. So petroleum jelly, supposedly you can put it on your face and it doesn't clog your pores and it moisturizes, but it leaves you very greasy. So this has petrolatum. All right, may stain some fabrics. Okay, anyway, so that's your answer. But this one I got at the drugstore, Walgreens. The name of the drugstore here is Walgreens, and I think it was $18 or $15. I bought two. Oh, I know. I bought 2 tubs because it was buy one get one half off. So I bought 2. I bought one for me. I gave one to my mother, and she uses it too. Walgreens Advanced Moisturizing Cream price. Walgreens. Oh, let share it with you guys. I should. The poor people coming in. 4 people still. Am I sharing the screen? Oh, I'm not. Wait a minute. Am I sharing the right? Wait a minute. Stop sharing. Remove. Present. Stop screen. Okay, here we go. Present. Share screen. I guess I'll just show you whatever window I'm on. To share audio, share a tab, or screen instead. All right. Also share system audio. Why does it ask me that? It didn't used to ask me that. I don't know what that means because I don't want there to be an echo. Entire screen. All right, I'm not going to share the audio. I feel like it's going to make it echo or something. All right. So let's look it up. So you're seeing, I hope you're seeing the same screen as I'm on. Colgate. Okay, I'm on the Colgate screen now. We can close that one. All right, and I'm on this one. And I go back. I'll close the. I still have to edit the smell of cultures. So means advanced moisturizing cream. Cream. You get to see all my algorithms. All right. Oh, it's only $13.99. There it is. Sensitive skin. Oh, this one looks nice. Look at that. That's for sensitive skin, and I bet you that's non-comedogenic too. Ryan, if you come visit the U.S., you'll take back a tub with you, a tub of this cream. Aquaphor. So anyway, so this is the imitation of CeraVe, the one I just showed you. I'm going to look at this one next time I go. It's cheaper and it's for sensitive skin. So Ryan, I'm not a doctor, but because I had acne, it seems like if your acne is a response maybe to like allergic, no, I don't. An allergic one, maybe this one is good because it's non-allergenic. Sensitive skin, free of masking, free of all that stuff. Dermatologist approved. You know, they can't lie. They have to tell the truth. As compared to this one, oops. Let's see if this is dermatologist approved. See, compared to CeraVe, this one does not say it's. Oh, Ryan, it says accepted National Eczema Association. Yeah, there is a National Eczema Association. I just know that I like this. It says there. Oh, get this remove it. Accepted National Eczema Association. Yeah, I know that this does not irritate me or anything. I mean, I don't have problems with my skin other than wrinkles now and dryness. But yeah, it has not caused any irritation or anything. You put it on. I really, oh, I wish you were here, Brian. I would let you try it. Okay. Anyway, so that's the answer. These two creams are the ones I moisturize, face and body. You know, if you learn about the treatments, this has skin. I didn't even compare the two because I like them both, and this smells a certain way that I like, and then this smells differently. This kind of smells like nothing. You smell and you smell like this very light. That's the other reason it's nice, because sometimes you don't like the smell of the cream. So this smells like nothing. I mean, if you really concentrate, you might get a little whiff of petroleum jelly because it's got some petroleum, but it really smells like nothing. It's very nice. So if you don't want to smell like anything, use this. And then this one has a little fragrance. Oops. On my phone. Oh no. Oh no. It got into the side. Oh, behind the screen. I might have to. I don't know. It smells very light. It has a scent of like clean. It doesn't smell like anything either, but it smells like night. It's got a very nice, very light scent. I mean, I can't even explain what it smells like. It smells like let's see if there's something in here because this has other ingredients. Oh, I was going to tell you the ingredients. For example, this one has other than, the petrolatum and all that other stuff. It had a lot of here carbomer. Oh, it has Helianthus annus, which means it has lanolin alcohol. It has geranium oil. It has Borago officinalis seed oil, which is some kind of flower. Borago officinalis seed oil. It has sweet almond oil. Almond oil. Coconut oil clogs pores. Almond oil does not clog pores, I believe. I'm going to look it up again. Sandalwood oil, Rosa Damascena extract, and vanilla fruit extract. The thing is, there is no place on here that says it's non-comedogenic, though, on this one, though. I don't feel that it is, but I don't have a problem with acne anymore, so I don't pay as much attention as I used to. But I don't feel that this clogs my pores. But this one for sure does not clog your pores. And I just discovered, I didn't notice it, that it's accepted by the National Eczema Association. So I guess, it's not a bad thing. All right. And now I completely forgot what I was talking about before I got off on this tangent. But I really should hang up. I really should go do something. I'm going to walk the dog maybe around the block a little bit with her carriage. And unless any of you have any more questions. Oh, yeah. And then the betrayal thing. I was talking about that before we jumped over to the. So what hurts, I mean, I know a little about psychology. I have Psychology 101. Plus, as a woman your whole life, you start to research your feelings and your emotions. And I think I'm not the only one. And what the psychological this and that. So I've done a lot of to my face very openly and honestly. I did not pay attention to the couple of red flags. I did see a few, 2 or 3 red flags that I just decided didn't matter, because I didn't want to believe them. I didn't want to see. I wanted to believe that what I wanted to believe. So, the betrayal was, and whose fault is it? I mean, I can kind of blame him because he knew deep down how I felt about him. And he figured, well, I told her, and granted, it is my responsibility to not allow myself to get hurt, but he knew. He could have just stopped calling me. I mean, he had plenty of women, according to him, and I believe if he could get himself a 30-year-old, he obviously had at least other women. He should have just left me alone. He should have, an honorable man would have said, this poor chick, she's such a loser. Let's say he thinks I'm a loser, I'm not worth it, all that stuff. Let's say it's all true, just for the sake of argument. He should have said that. An honorable person would say, well, this poor chick is such a loser. I can't do this. Look, I can use other women that are a little bit less in the fantasy world, or something, but it's not his responsibility to not hurt me. If he's telling me to my face, so that's the thing. He told me to my face, I'm not your boyfriend. I'm not interested. He didn't tell me he's not interested in. I guess I wanted to believe that I was the favorite and that he wasn't interested in in getting into a relationship at all with anyone. That's what I chose to believe. And, so, the pain comes from having to accept reality, that I'm not 30, and men are who they are, and they're very attracted by the beauty and physical beauty. And some will fall in love with a woman who's less attractive because her personality makes up for it. But I also don't happen to have a personality that's that amazing. I'm not a horrible person, but I'm very nervous person. I can be hard to deal with. It's easier to deal with a sweeter kind of woman that stays calm. That, you know, it, I like to be around women that are calm, that are very pleasant. Especially if I want him to be the breadwinner, which I did, my significant other, my dream person would be a man who can support us both and that I can work because I enjoy working. Not, I wouldn't be the kept woman that's at home with all the jewelry. If anything, I'd be the woman at home just laying around because I'm just depressed or something. I wouldn't. And in that sense, I would be taking advantage of, because I kind of did it with my last, my boyfriend in Maryland. I fell into depression. I moved back in with him. I had moved out, but I had fallen into the depression for COVID, being cooped up, being treated badly by all these people for not agreeing. And one man tried to hit me with his car, because I had made clear that I wasn't going to wear a mask in public. We were in public. And it was so out of hand. I said, I'm kind of falling into the moment. Yeah, because I'm remembering when the man tried to hit me with the car. When the man tried to hit me with his car, he didn't try to hit me with the car. I'm exaggerating the situation. He disagreed with my viewpoint and pretended to scare. He tried to scare me that he was going to hit me with his car. He did not want to hit me with his car. I think that he was angry because I was not agreeing with his viewpoint on the situation. And I don't have to go into detail about how that became obvious. So as he drove by, and it was someone I did not know, because it wasn't even a friend of mine. But when he drove by, he swerved at me and swerved away. Like he swerved to scare me. And then he didn't hit me, and he kept going and he zoomed away. I didn't even see the license plate or anything, but it was evident that it was because, I'm not going to go into details. It was because I didn't want to wear a mask. And, but when that happened, I said, no, the war is coming. I knew what was happening now with Israel is not a surprise to me. I knew at some point the World War III was going to break out and Israel was going to obviously be involved, because the anti-Semitism in the United States had gotten, I don't know where all you all are, but the United States, the Jew hatred was like in your face. It was just it wasn't even hidden anymore. It was just like the liberals were out there just, and yeah, Israel, but they took it out against the Jews in the United States, who a large portion of them support Israel. They may not support 100% now, at this point, but that Israel has to exist and has to defend itself from, I'm not going to get into politics, sorry. My point is, what's happening now is not a surprise, and I saw indications of it during COVID. And then this man tried to hit me, scared me, but that's already playing with fire. That's you're starting to go towards war. When these things start happening, when men start belittling women, liberal men who are supposed to be the ones who are in favor of women's rights start belittling and threatening women who don't agree with them, which are the women on the right, that didn't agree with the masks and all. And then they start threatening you. And I had a few run-ins with male liberals that were very abusive, male on female, not physically abusive, not yet. But yeah, the one swerving his car at me, it was escalating. And so the violent attitudes towards me by the liberal men was getting worse. It was started, and I saw it. It was happening. It happened during COVID, and it was me being, and I was not being as open with my politics as I am now. I would just maybe make a comment that I disagreed, and I would be called a name or these horrible things, very violent anger, like they wanted to, not kill me quite, but again, pretending like you are going to trying to scare someone by swerving your car at them, even if it was not your intention to kill her. You're starting to play with fire. You are starting to, that is violence against someone. It's not, I'm not going to call it female violence against women, because I might have been a man and the person might have done the same, but I'm not sure he would have. Because I'm smaller and weaker, some of these liberal men were getting very, confident with their verbal abuse, because they're used to women backing down. And I did at first back down. I said, okay, I'm not going to start but finally I said, but that's not right. And I got called names, and I'm sorry. I try to stay off of the internet when I'm like this, because no, but I just said, if you cannot see the blatant hypocrisy of calling yourself for the party who's supposed to be empowering women, and then when a woman has an opinion that's different of yours, you treat her like that, you're not empowering women. I'm being more empowered by the conservative men that are telling me that I should defend myself, that I shouldn't be sitting there and allowing myself to be a victim. I was more empowered by those men at that time. And I started turning to them for more support, moral support. And I went to that. And that's why I went to the gun show after that guy tried to swerve his car, pretended that he was going to, kill, again, I'm going to insist, because I'm not going to make it worse than what it was, just even pretending that he's going to run you over with his car is enough. Like thinking that I'm going to back down with my political views because he's pretending he's going to, scare me into it. That made me even more angry after he drove away. I couldn't get his license, unfortunately. It was too much of a quick. Now I'm starting getting angry. I remember that, man. I wish I could. Anyway, it happened. All right. So you saw my. All right. So I think I answered all the question. Anything else? See, I'm allergic to nuts. Oh, you couldn't use it. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, yeah. Sunflower oil, coconuts, almond oil. Coconuts are nuts, I guess. But coconut oil is commodity, so you should not use that anyway. So, okay, that one. This one, let me see if this one has nuts, oils. But let me see. This one, and we'll have to see the one for sensitive skin. But this one says